I think this worked. I'm not sure, but I think this worked. I'm going to ask the chat, did this work? Question mark. Oh, I put the question mark beforehand. Okay, we'll just do it kind of like it's Spanish. Did this work? If it did work, a big thank you to LZB for getting the stream started with a Dan D True Crime gift membership that went to Margaret Adam. Hey, Margaret. Somebody says it works. Sharon Touch says it works. Okay, I think we might be on to something here. So what we're going to do, because it's a bit of a long stream, well, it's not a bit of a long stream. It's a bit of a long wait to the start of the stream. The stream starts with video, well, immediately, and then the audio takes 15 minutes to pick up. So we'll talk housekeeping and that sort of thing, but I'm going to start with a little introduction to Michael Brannon. Well, actually, before that, I think I have a prepared. Good morning. Welcome to a fine and dandy rewatch of the Sarah Boone Trial. Today is Friday, July 24th, 2026, and we are watching testimony from October 23rd, 2024, day 4 of the trial. There's a 15-minute pause between video coming online and audio coming online as the jury enters. Instead of starting there, we'll go to a quick introduction for the main witness from today, Dr. Michael Brannon, also known as Dr. Red Roberts. Wrong screen. Come on, roll that clip.
Mike Brannon is the kind of guy who brings out the good in people. That's his job as a psychologist and supervisor at the Starting Place, a counseling center for juvenile delinquents. But there's another side to Mike that we don't see, a bad side that comes out only at night.
The man is a punk. He has no intelligence. He's a high school dropout. He has no idea what he's doing in that ring and does not belong in professional wrestling.
This is Dr. Red Roberts, billed by some as the world's most hated wrestler, a fiend who will stop at nothing to win, but a villain who is a primary part of Mike Brannon's philosophy for helping troubled teenagers.
With Dr. Red, they get kind of an immediate message. People don't like that. And then from there, the follow-up is, you know, a lot of people in your life who cared about you didn't like it when you were doing some of those things either.
Mike works at the center 5 days a week, but he never brings the character Red Roberts inside. He's left behind in the outside world.
Now, when he's not at the Starting Place, you're probably going to find Mike Brannon here at the Costa Glaucus Gym in Hollywood. This is where the Red transformation starts taking place.
Dressed in standard red for his power workouts under a former Mr. Universe, this is where Mike prepares for those upcoming matches, and where the split personality of Dr. Red emerges.
It's not any more of a split personality than any of the rest of us have. I just let mine go.
He'll be letting go again this Saturday night at the War Memorial Auditorium, but this time it'll be one of Dr. Red's few good deeds. See, all proceeds will benefit the Starting Place. John Holden, News 4.
Okay, so that's Michael Brannon, good guy. Solid stand-up guy.
Oh, Doctor, how you doing, brother? Oh. Look out here. I brought the ICW camera crew here, and they want to talk. We're going to talk to you a little bit. Wave the...
We're doing it live. If you want to see more of that clip, watch the video I did of Dr. Michael Brannon. Who is Dr. Michael Brannon? It's a standalone video. Features Dr. Red Roberts and Rusty Brooks in a ICW promo. It also features a number of his other matches and a couple of long-form interviews with him as a...
Introducing out of Melbourne, Florida.
Yeah, we're skipping that. A few matches if you're a big wrestling fan. This is what he looks like today. This is what he's going to look like as he's testifying in the trial. That said, we will skip away from that and get... Oh, I didn't even have the screen on. I'm so sorry. Anyway, let's just get to it. We've got 15 minutes, so I might as well start the timer and get this rolling. Play it. Okay, at least you guys saw the video. Yeah, that worked. Okay, live chat's working now. Michelle Fournier, hello. Hold on, why is it so... Okay, so it's the quiet, because I just said it's going to be 15 minutes of silence. You guys can watch court come in. I will start the clock widget. Start it. Go Seminoles. Transcripts loaded. We will be doing full sidebars as usual today. I'll pull that down for now. I'll also give you guys the opportunity to view Sarah Boone and the Glam Squad as they enter the court. It's just a reminder, too, this is comprehensive coverage, so I don't want to skip past all of this stuff. We're doing a rewatch so that we can catch every little detail. If you're on the rewatch crew and you don't want to see every little detail, that's why I try putting in the chapter headings or the countdown timers so that you know when to get to the more obvious content. But that said, sometimes you notice little things. Like I wouldn't have noticed the power and control wheel. If it wasn't for watching the tables closely in between the sidebars. So, and speaking of sidebars, it will be full sidebar coverage today. I see there's a number of us that were here for the morning radio experimental show. Thank you for jumping over. Looks like that worked. On the witness list for today, Jessica Ramirez-Delgado. You'll know her as Chest on Flag. Chest on Flag. Just 5 minutes of testimony from Jessica Ramirez-Delgado. Deputy John Alden also does 5 minutes of testimony. He was an arresting officer on one of the Sarah Boone 911 calls that I think shows up in the rebuttal evidence. That said, we don't see the video today. We just get his testimony about the event. Oh, I'm going to move myself out of the way so you can actually see Sarah. Aha, that's... I don't know if that's a service or punishment, but... Oh, okay, she's not even there. Chelsey Koepsell is recalled by the state. It's 10 minutes of recall testimony from Chelsey Koepsell. And then Dr. Brannon, 1 hour of testimony. This will probably take us into the second and third hour of this broadcast. Then Janella Uadon, 5 minutes of recall testimony. And we'll close with Pearl Walker. Pearl Walker, what a dear, lovely lady. It feels a lot better to close the stream with Pearl Walker than it does Julie Harper. Dr. Julie Harper. I'm going to give her full credentials so that when we're critiquing her, it's not from a point of a layperson. She probably knows a lot more than me. But as an expert, left a lot to be desired. Interesting thing to look at. Oh, is that Kevin Beck approaching the court? This isn't in the transcript, so I can't tell. It's probably about witness shit. Their witnesses are all over the map. Oh, that's not even Beck. So I think that's probably another prosecutor that just came in and is like, what courtroom today? Because he gave a little hey there to Cacciatore and Mr. J. Okay, here comes the chains. Our defendant is brought in a dark blazer and a maroon top. What a maroon. What a maroon. What else do I have? Oh, so yeah, Kevin Beck is the lawyer questioning Michael Brannon. And the reason I think that is of interest, if you remember, Kevin Beck was the one that had to make the motion for dismissal argument. Perfect timing, Kevin Beck there in the foreground of the shot. Right down here in the corner at the end of my ticker. When he was making the argument for motion to dismiss, he was kind of being self-deprecating. He was like, you know, these are kind of pro forma. I guess that's why it got handed to me. It's just a matter of course, you know, I'm being given the busy work in this trial. Anyway, you know, fine, that's, you know, kind of endearing self-deprecating moment. But it also suggests to me that anything you see Kevin Beck deal with in this trial is the stuff that the Owens team paid the least amount of attention to. And speaking of paying attention, look at that. That's a lovely, is that a Chanel top that Lauren Henderson's wearing? It looks like is it Coco Chanel? Is that the lovely powder blue, nice cut, nice lines. Anyway, got distracted there. Yeah, so basically, if you see Kevin Beck handling something for this team, I wonder what Owens is telling Sarah right now. You know that it's something that they haven't paid proper attention to. And I think they've really missed the ball here with Dr. Brannon and leaving it to the third best attorney on their team of three. Kevin Beck he's uninspiring. He's not dynamic. He's on a team with Owens, Henderson, and himself to be least dynamic of the three. It's not a very good look. Dr. Michael Brannon is excellent at testifying. He's well-spoken. He's intelligent. He knows what he's talking about. I think the mistake they made here was thinking that he was just going to go up there and give the exact same testimony he gave in the Marsha Thompson trial. Marsha Thompson, who shot her abusive partner while he was asleep on the couch. I think they thought that because he was able to testify in her trial and she was exonerated or not guilty, they thought that it would just be, cut and paste into the testimony for this trial. And it's not. He never examined Sarah, so he doesn't give any expert opinion on Sarah's personal. He's only giving expert definitions, defining terms. Anyway, what do we got? Another 8 minutes left. But yeah, so Kevin Beck kind of misses the ball because, and it also suggests to me that they may have wanted Brannon to come in after Dr. Harper. So Dr. Harper would apply a bunch of these terms to Sarah, and then he would come in and define them. I think you see there's a lot of juggling going on, and, fair enough. They only had 6 weeks to prepare. They're getting these witnesses, like Dr. Brannon's driving in from Miami this morning. I think Dr. Julie Harper was still sleeping in the hotel in the morning, and that comes out in one of the sidebars. So they're struggling to get their witnesses all there, and I guess order was just left to the whims. But yeah, I think they really missed the ball with Dr. Brannon, and I think Dr. Brannon, for his own sake, does an excellent job as an expert witness. He's what expert witnesses should be in the trials, not tethered to which team they're testifying for, but true experts. And in Marsha Thompson's case, I don't know the case that well, but my assumption is the facts of the case lent themselves towards him being able to describe why she was constantly in fear and why, it was always terror. In this case, Sarah's trying to put it on off the rack clothing from a consignment store, like her wardrobe, and it just doesn't fit. Her arguing the same arguments as Marsha Thompson doesn't fit for a woman who's got video of herself berating and abusing and cajoling her partner for, drinking enough vodka for two people to have a good time. I didn't expect to have to vamp for this long. I shouldn't have done a pre-show. I talked a lot more. I was supposed to just listen to music in the pre-show. See if there's anything else. You know what? Let's start my little experiment because we still have 6 minutes before we start. I'm going to be doing manual ad breaks for this show. What that means is instead of YouTube just randomly giving you an ad, apparently I can schedule them. So for this one, I'm going to do it. I'm going to put in an ad now. If you've got somewhere better to be, go there now if you need to make a coffee or something like that. If you're here with me on premium, we'll do a little bit of exercises, just keep the body limber. So here we go. We'll do a 2-minute ad break and see how this works. And I'm going to do this every 45 minutes or so. Maybe shorter break if it's a shorter interval. We'll just see how this goes instead of having the automatic ones. Ad inserted. Okay. Okay. So now that we're on an advertising break, we're just going to do a little bit of exercising. I'm just standing up, using the table as a brace and doing mini push-ups here. We'll do 5 of these. That's pretty good. That gets the back kind of stretched out a little bit. I'm going to do the hug twist. And a little marching. Thank you, Kitten Pusher. Kitten Pusher appreciates the Master of Ceremonies, group activities planning, and all of the creative experiments. Do a little stretch. Court in session.
Good morning, everyone. Madam Clerk's going to go ahead and call the case to order.
Case number 2020 CF 2603, State of Florida, State of Florida.
Yes, sir.
Names for the record, beginning with the state.
David Ketchner on behalf of the state. William J. for the state.
Defense.
James Owens for Ms. Boone.
Tony Henderson for Sarah Boone.
Kevin Beck, we have service.
Ms. Boone, raise your right hand to be sworn, please. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Thank you.
Good morning. Can you state your full name and date of birth for the record for me?
Sarah Boone, 10-10-7-7.
Ms. Boone is seated at counsel's table wearing a dark gray suit jacket and a maroon blouse. She is in custody. However, she's not in any restraints, so we will be continuing to stand as our jury enters and exits. State, are there any housekeeping matters we need to address this morning before we bring in our panel? Defense.
Judge, I don't know if you got the email last night of the potential witnesses we're going to call.
In addition to the one I received this morning, yes, sir.
Okay, Dr. Harper did get in last night after midnight. She was over at the hotel, but in addition, we may recall the phone extraction expert. She's not on the list.
Okay, understood. All right, are we ready to bring in our panel?
Yes.
Okay. All right, very good. Let's go ahead and stand and bring in our panel.
This is the longest wait between them standing. You can see there's a bit of awkwardness as they start looking around at each other. Why is this happening? And Kevin Beck, standing there right by the camera, fully chewing on his glasses. And then you'll see that he wipes his mouth, not the glasses. Yeah, that's the kind of detailed insight you only get from Dan D. True Crime. Oh, that's why the clock should have still been running. I do the work beforehand, and then I just kind of lose my head and forget best laid plans of mice and men. There was 3 minutes left on the clock, and there's probably about 2.5 before the jury finally comes in. All right, is there anything else that I want to talk about then? Oh, okay, so that's how we'll be doing ads. I'm going to try and do them once every 45 minutes, which should be less. I think medium is like once every 12 minutes or something, so it should be significantly less. If you're on premium, it's just going to mean you know when the non-premium people are getting ads. There's something to be said for leaving it on automatic. Apparently, if you guys are high engagement, YouTube skips the ad breaks if your subscribers are highly engaged in the chat. So if you guys just really talk it up, you can make the ad breaks disappear. I don't know, it sounds self-serving, but let's see, what else do we need to know?
All right, jury's entered.
Here we go, jury's in. Told you it'd be a while. Hey, Phil for Don Russo. Margaret Adam, you got a free membership today, I believe. Congratulations,
States, you
Margaret.
recognize our jury.
Enjoy those badges.
Defense, you recognize our jury. Yes. All right, everyone can be seated. Members of the jury, good morning. Welcome back to 12 Alpha of the Orange County Courthouse. I hope you had a great evening. If you could, again, just by a show of hands, you complied with the court's instructions for the overnight break. Record reflect all hands have been raised. Members of the jury, at this point in time, the defense is going to continue with their evidence and testimony presentation. And I'm going to ask them to call their first witness at this time. Mr. Owens, you may proceed, sir.
At this time, the defense calls Deputy Ramirez-Delgado.
So I'm going to have to help you a bit with Tony Henderson talks very quiet for this. I'll keep an eye on the audio bars, but I'm feeling I'm going to need to help out his questioning, or you can follow along with transcripts. I'll definitely be doing that myself.
Please swear or affirm that the testimony you give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I swear.
Good morning. You can be seated, and can you please state and spell your name for the record for me?
Yes, sir. My name is Jessica, first name Jessica, Jessica. First last name is Ramirez, Ramirez. Second last name is Delgado, Delgado.
Thank you, ma'am. You may inquire, sir.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning, sir.
Ma'am, how are you employed?
I am a reserve deputy with the Orange County Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you been employed with the sheriff's? 7
years.
Back on July the 25th of 2018, how were you employed at that time?
I was a full-time deputy sheriff for the agency.
On that date, ma'am, did you have the occasion, due to your duties, to report or to go to 4748 France Lane, apartment number 3?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall what you were going there for the purpose?
Yes, sir. I was a backup deputy for a call involving a male kicking a female in the face. So it came out as a domestic call.
Mandy13 says, I don't remember this woman. And if you're basing it off of the scene, that's exactly why you don't remember her. I affectionately refer to as Officer Chest on Flag. She was one of the responding officers to, and we'll see it later in the rebuttal evidence, to a call to 4748 France, where she arrested Sarah. And Sarah was like, oh, because I fought back? And she's like, can't be beaten on each other. And Sarah's like, really? Chest on flag. Really? Chest on flag. So that's who this officer is. The purpose of her being on the defense testimony is they're trying to lay a predicate for the fact that Sarah was afraid to tell the truth to police because when she admitted to fighting back, she was arrested, and that because that happened in 2018, when this incident with the suitcase happened in 2020, she was like, oh, well, I got arrested just for fighting back last time, so couldn't tell them the truth.
Okay. And was it another officer who also responded?
Yes, sir. He was the primary.
Okay.
Hey, Kelia, Ramono, Charles Grieve.
Did you have contact with Sarah Boone?
Yes, sir.
While having contact with Miss Boone, were you able to observe any injuries?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. She had swelling and bruising in her right eye.
And, ma'am, were you able to make contact with Mr. George Torres?
Yes, sir.
Were you able to notice any injuries on his person?
Yes, sir. He had red markings and some abrasions around his neck.
Ma'am, at a certain point in time, did you place Miss Boone under arrest?
Yes, sir. I detained her. I placed her in my vehicle.
Ma'am, at that time, do you recall or remember Miss Boone asking you, why am I in trouble?
Yes, sir.
Why is this happening?
I'm not saying what you said, but did you respond to her?
Yes, sir.
After that, ma'am, do you remember Miss Boone asking you Why? Because I fucking fought back.
Yes, sir.
Lawyers love to swear in court.
If I can have one moment.
Yes, sir.
We're hitting on each other. Can't do that.
No further questions.
Thank you. Any cross-examination?
During the course of your investigation, you or the other responding deputies spoke to Mr. Torres as well?
Yes, sir.
After concluding all of your investigation, which involved talking to both Mr. Torres and to Ms. Boone and making your observations of the two of them, did you all make final decisions about how to handle your investigation?
The other deputy, which at the time was Deputy Zito, was the one that made that determination.
Okay. But collectively, what you all looked at was statements from Ms. Boone and Mr. Torres, correct?
Yes, sir.
And your physical observations of both persons?
Yes.
And then whatever else you may have observed on scene?
Yes, sir.
And do you take into account people's demeanor when they are giving you statements when assessing their credibility?
Yes, sir.
No other questions?
Any redirect examination?
No, Your Honor.
Can this witness be released?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
And that was Officer Jessica Ramirez-Delgado.
Defense, call your next witness.
Judge Granick's keep it up.
The defense calls Deputy John Alden.
This guy looks like he has a double chin resting face. He's constantly like pulling his face into his face. Just a
Good
little.
morning. Can you state and spell your name for the record?
John Alden, John-Alden.
All right, thank you, sir. You may be seated. Mr. Henderson, you may inquire.
Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Sir, how are you employed? How are you employed?
I'm employed with the Orange County Sheriff's Office as a corporal.
Back on August the 28th of 2019, how were you employed?
I was a deputy in the Uniform Patrol Division in Sector 2.
As a part of your job duties that day, did you have the occasion to respond to 4748 France Lane, number 3?
France Court.
What was the purpose?
There ended up being a battery call.
And, sir, were you the lead officer on this case?
Yes.
Were there any other backup officers there with you?
I believe so.
Sir, on that date, August the 28th of 2019, did you come in contact with Sarah Boone?
Yes.
Sir, on that date, did you observe any injuries on Sarah Boone?
I observed redness on the left side of her neck and what to be an old injury to her right eye.
An old injury.
Sir, on August 28th of 2019, did you come in contact with George Torres?
Yes.
And did you notice any injuries on Mr. Torres?
Yes, he had some redness on it by his left eye.
Sir, on that day, was Mr. Torres placed under arrest?
Yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Any cross-examination?
Yes. Is it fair to say that Mr. Torres had quite a few marks on him?
From my report, I remember marking the redness by his left eye.
And did you have the body-worn camera activated when you responded to this call?
I believe so.
All right. And so that would be the best evidence of both video and audio as to what occurred while you were on scene.
It would, especially since this happened 4 years.
And when you realize how short this witness's time is, it's because Mr. J has the body-worn camera, which is going to testify way better than his recollection of 7 years ago at this point.
Or 5 years ago now.
And did Mr. Torres refuse to say what happened that day?
He did.
Based on the conclusion of your investigation, which involved talking to Ms. Boone and attempting to talk to Mr. Torres, as well as your visual observations of both them and the scene, is that how you all reach your conclusions?
Yes.
No other questions?
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Can this witness be released?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. J?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, that's that.
Defense, you can call your next witness.
So I don't know if that's just me. Usually, doesn't defense, like as soon as one goes, you know, Your Honor, we call, and it seems like Judge Kranick is like, defense, next, defense, next. I haven't, again, looked ahead at the sidebars for today, but from rewatching the trial footage, my guess is during the sidebars, there was some frustration, like, you guys aren't running out the clock here. We've got, my jury's time is important. Let's get it moving. Come on. Who's next? Oh, speaking of which, one of the first sidebars is about to come. It's probably them like, we don't know what we're going to do next, Your Honor. That's exactly what it is.
Judge, may we approach him?
Yes.
Yes, sir, Mr. Henderson. Judge, Dr. Brannon was supposed to be our next witness. Mr. Beck informs me he's not here yet. Have you had contact with him? Mr. Beck, I have. I've contacted him via this morning. He indicated that he is going to be arriving at the courthouse around 9:30. Okay. Do you have another witness that might be able to fill the bridge? Asked the court. Mr. Henderson, I'm trying. Mr. J, Scott Loewen is here. Mr. J, Scott Loewen is here. The court, Detective Loewen is here? Mr. J, yes. Mr. Owens, the detectives are here? The court says, can we do that? Mr. Henderson says, I'll do it. Court says, appreciate it, thank you. Court says, defense, can you call your next witness?
Defense, you can call your next witness.
Judge, at this time, the defense calls. I thought it was going to be Loewen. I don't know. I knew he didn't testify, but that just made me all excited. Mr. J's all volunteering him.
Defense calls Deputy Koepsell.
Oh, that's amazing. That's amazing. So Mr. J is up there and he's like, oh, you got a problem with the witness? Mr. Owens here, he's looking at Tanika's 2 cents. He's reading the chat. He's like, doesn't look good, Sarah. Doesn't look good. There's just this one Lana woman in here talking good stuff about you. The rest are all talking shit. Doesn't look good, Sarah. That's hilarious. So Mr. J noticing, hey, you need a witness, I'm sure. Detective Loewen would love to go up there and talk about what a good day is. Why don't you bring him up? That's so awesome. Well played, Mr. J. And that said, so he pivots. He wants to bring Chelsey back up instead. Yeah, I don't want no part of Scott Loewen. Kelp likes pretend Owen's voice. Oh yeah, Owen's going through Tanika's chat. Sarah, everybody in here, that's just all bad stuff about you, Sarah. I said, Sarah, it doesn't look good. Her name's Tanika 2 cents, YouTuber. I don't know, Tanika. Dave Cacciatore just listening. Owen's defense team, deep discussion. What are we going to do next? What are we going to do? What are we going to do? Here comes Chelsey. she's so much more relaxed. Like day 2, she was smiling a lot more, like those kind of.
Good morning again. Could you state your
She toys
full name
with
and date of birth
Mr.
for the
Henderson.
record? Or, I'm sorry, full name and spell it for us.
It's Chelsey Koepsell, Chelsey. Last name is Koepsell.
Thank you. Counselor, you may inquire.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
In relation to this case, on February the 26th of 2020, did you have the occasion to interview Abraham Moreno?
Yes, I did.
Was that interview recorded, ma'am?
Yes, it was.
You remember as part of that interview that Mr. Moreno tell you that he had contact with Sarah Boone on February the 24th of 2020?
Are you asking the night of the incident when police were called out?
Yes, the next morning.
The day that we were called.
That you were called out.
Okay.
The 24th.
So yes, he did have contact with her, but it wasn't in the morning. It was while we were there.
While you were there?
Yes.
What time did you get there? That's probably what's going on.
I got there around 14:20 hours, which would be 2:20 in the afternoon.
Okay. So the afternoon on the 24th.
No, it was later. I recall, I believe I was doing paperwork in my vehicle, so it would have been at some point during the investigation, but it wasn't, I didn't notice him until, I'm not sure if I noticed him until before or after Sarah was interviewed.
All right. But to his interview part, the interview, did he tell you in the interview that he had contact with Miss Boone on that day?
Yes, he did.
Did he tell you at that time that Miss Boone had made a statement to him?
Yes, he did.
Do you remember what that statement was?
I don't wish to quote what he stated, so I don't know the exact verbiage, but he basically replayed what, I'm not sure if he replayed what exactly occurred that day, but I do know he mentioned something about, she mentioned being dragged down the stairs a couple days prior.
Did he say to you during that interview that Sarah Boone told us that a couple of days ago they had gotten into a fight where he grabbed her by her hair and dragged her down the steps?
I would assume that he's reading my report, and that does sound similar to what my report should say.
So this statement was given on the 27th of February. I'm sorry, the 26th of February. Would you agree with that?
Yes, I would.
Okay. The contact and the statement that Ms. Boone made to Mr. Moreno was on the 24th of February. Is that correct?
Repeat the question, I'm sorry.
When Mr. Moreno is saying that Ms. Boone came up to him and made this statement that we just talked about,
yes,
that was on February the 24th. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So when she said a couple of days ago, that would have brought it back to February the 22nd. Is that correct?
Potentially, yes.
Did you all collect any stair
During
hair?
that interview with you, did Mr. Moreno ever indicate to you that...
I love the playful looks that Chelsey gets, and like, okay, where are you going with this? Like, she's very forthcoming, but it's just so, it's almost the way like a cute cat plays with a dying mouse. Like, oh, you still got a little something in you. I noticed this several times during the cross. I'm kind of losing. You know what? I'm going to turn off the transcript for a little bit just so I can enjoy this too.
When he had contact with Miss Boone on the 24th, that Sarah Boone told him what happened was an accident. And
that was what a great sequence of looks. It's almost as expressive as Sarah's, 15 different looks. Same guys. She's trying to follow him. She's being very earnest, and he's just going in so many different directions. Okay, that's probably the least flattering Chelsey picture, and it's already 100 times better looking than Sarah.
You, did Mr. Moreno ever indicate to you that when he had contact with Miss Boone on the 24th, that Sarah Boone told him what happened was an accident? Did he say that Sarah Boone stated that she was teaching him a lesson?
Testify without testifying.
and things got out of hand and that she fell asleep?
I don't recall the entirety of that being accurate.
Hey, fuck you. Another one to say.
I don't recall the entirety of what he just said being accurate.
Do you remember him saying that at all?
He did say that she had... I don't recall the entirety of what he just said being accurate.
Do you remember him saying that at all?
He did say that she had, I believe he said on the recording, passed out. So that's why,
And just for context, the purpose of this, if it seems kind of, disjointed, it is. The purpose of this particular line of questioning is to impeach Abraham Moreno, who testified earlier in the trial that Sarah came up to him and said, going to teach him a lesson, or, just put him in there, teach him a lesson kind of thing. So she's debating, or not even that they're trying to introduce reasonable doubt that maybe it happened, maybe it didn't happen, because in Chelsey's written account of the interview with Abraham Moreno, it doesn't use the words teach him a lesson. So that's the context. The reality is there's body-worn camera for this, so if they wanted to prove that he happened to say it, she just didn't write down that fact of all the facts that were taken that day. So it's a bit moot. There's no real point in litigating this with her to impeach Abraham Moreno's testimony if there's documented evidence of him actually saying it and just she didn't happen to put it in the report. But that's what we're watching, I think, because the defense is stalling for time, waiting for Michael Brannon, and also had no interest in bringing up Scott Loewen.
part of the statements might be accurate, but...
Ma'am, would it refresh your memory if you were to see the recorded statement?
His recorded statement?
Yes.
Transcription?
Yes.
Sure, yeah, great.
May I approach the witness?
You may.
Oh, I got to get the transcript ready. There's a bit of, the court takes him to task a little bit for what's going on here.
Okay. I don't recall all the statements that you asked, or the way you asked it, but...
Would it help if I repeat it?
Sure, yeah.
Okay.
You asked, you said multiple statements, so
yes, ma'am.
This was a 11-minute interview.
All right. The statement would be that Sarah Boone stated to Mr. Moreno that she was teaching him a lesson and things got out of hand and that she fell asleep. And I'm wanting to know...
Did you say... Okay, I thought I heard you say passed out the first time. I'm not sure if you said passed out or fell asleep.
Fell asleep.
Fell asleep, okay.
And what I'm asking is there any indication that he told you that statement on the date of that interview on the 26th?
Sorry, I'm trying to go to the part where we talked about that.
Yes, ma'am. Take your time.
Okay.
Another one to say while she's looking it up. Ask Judge J doesn't have to respond, does she? What I understand from people who know more than me, doesn't sound like she has to. It's optional. I think she can optionally respond. But I think supplemental final judgment
So,
left
like I
Sarah
had
to think
stated,
that there's more
there
to
were
come.
certain things that I thought was accurate from your statement. He stated, I don't really, do I just read exactly what it says? Do you need like the number next to it or anything?
Yes, I have no problem if you reading what he said.
Okay.
Someone
Then
might
she-
have
Approach.
Someone has a problem with it. Court says she's refreshing her recollection as to the statement. She can't read it. Mr. Henderson, I'm sorry. I agree. The court. Objection sustained.
Ma'am, you cannot read the statement at this time.
Okay.
Thank you. You may continue, Mr. Henderson.
He described,
Hang on. No, just wait for a question,
so
okay?
sorry.
It's okay.
Yes, sorry.
Ma'am,
Just trying to help out.
In that interview, do you see reference to this statement?
Born an
That
indoor
Sarah
camper?
Stated that she was teaching him a lesson and things got out of hand and that she fell asleep.
No to the two parts, the first two parts of your question. I heard passed out the first time you asked me this question, and that's why I said that part of it was accurate, because he did say that she passed out in his statement. That was what Sarah told him.
Okay, did she say she was teaching him a lesson? Is that in there?
No.
And things got out of hand. Is that in there?
No, I don't recall that.
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
And again, ma'am, this interview was on February the 26th of 2020. Is that correct?
Yes, it was.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Any cross-examination?
No other questions, Your Honor?
All right, thank you. Can this witness be released?
Yes, Your Honor.
State?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
All right. Have we stalled for enough time? Is Mr. Brandon in the building?
Defense? Call the next witness.
That's the third time the court's had to stay at defense.
I believe Dr. Brandon is here now, Judge.
All right.
Making sure.
Sidebar. Aha. We have some more news on the Scott Loewen front.
Judge, may we approach?
Yes, sir.
Court says, yes, sir, Mr. Henderson. Judge, I have two other witnesses scheduled this morning. Scott Loewen, who, because of the testimony of the past deputy, we do not need anymore. Okay, so you're not going to need Detective Loewen? He's being released. Okay. I also have Abraham Moreno. He's being released. He's not going to be called. All right. Do you need either of them, State, for your rebuttal case? Mr. J. No, I went out and released Loewen, and I think he released Moreno. Court says, okay, thank you, Mr. Henderson. And then, Judge, that's going to leave us this morning with Dr. Brannon. And Mr. Beck and Dr. Brannon talking at this point. So what about Scott Loewen? Oh, what about Scott Loewen? Court says Scott Loewen was just released. Mr. Henderson says he's released. The court says, all right. Mr. Beck just re-entered the courtroom. Mr. Beck says, he's here. He's using the restroom, though. Court says, all right, very good. Mr. Owens says, should we take a break before we get started? Court says, no, we'll just hang out. Thank you. Mr. Owens says, I don't know how long he's going to be. The court says, it's okay. Mr. Owens, I don't know how long he's going to be. He took a long drive, and I think he ate chili before he came, Your Honor. I'm just saying, maybe a big dump. I was in the restroom. Could be. We'll wait. Thank you, Mr. Owens. Oh, thank you, Aaron Lives Here. Yes, good reminder about the video about Dr. Brannon. So we're about to see Dr. Brannon's testimony, but if you're not aware of who he is, he has a background in professional wrestling, but also as a forensic psychologist. Hey, thank you, LZB. Thank you. Mandy13 received a gift membership. Hey, Mandy, that's your second gift membership that I've seen you get on my streams. Congratulations. Lucky Mandy with the Lucky 13. Got a Dan D True Crime gift membership thanks to LCB. They're just hanging out in court because that's what Judge Kranick told them to do. Dr. Michael Brannon, very good expert witness. He is what expert witnesses should be, which is, sure, get somebody who's going to be able to articulate the arguments of your party, but they shouldn't be so team-based that they're openly adversarial to the prosecution. And I think we're going to see a huge contrast when we start next week's stream with Dr. Julie Harper's testimony. And, she did examine Sarah, so she does have the right to speak more personally. But Michael Brannon is just an expert on psychology.
This time the defense would call Dr. Michael Brannon.
All right, very good.
I'm going to say Mr. J makes much more effective use of him.
Could you state and spell your name for the record for us?
Michael Brannon, Brannon. All right,
thank you. Counselor, you may inquire.
As a professional wrestler, Dr. Michael Brannon knows how to use the mic.
Spry having just traveled from Miami to Orlando.
Yes.
Not correct? Okay.
It was a good drive.
Okay. Would you please describe for the jury your background, training, and experience, both in forensic psychology as well as battered women syndrome?
And let me know if Kevin Beck, if you can't hear him, you're going to have to let me know in the chat. Maybe I will start speaking for him. But I almost don't want to distract because Dr. Brannon, he speaks very well, very quickly. You don't need to put him on time and a half if you're one of those type of people. I was watching the Emily D. Baker stream, and she was of this from a year ago, 2 years ago. And yeah, she was, I like him. This is the way you should talk.
Sure. So I'm a psychologist licensed in the state of Florida. I have a bachelor's degree in psychology. That's from a university called Nova University. I also have a master's degree in psychology. I received that in 1980, also in psychology. And I received my doctoral degree in psychology after a year internship where I worked with severely mentally ill individuals in Hialeah, Florida. In 1988, I finished my degree requirements for my doctorate in psychology. And in 1990, I was licensed as a psychologist. I've been operating as a psychologist since then, since 1990. Originally, I started off doing the work that most people kind of think about when they think about psychologists, doing therapy, counseling with people, helping them through with their problems, problems, things like that. In 1994, I began on a career almost quite accidentally as a forensic psychologist when I testified in my first case in front of a jury. And from that time on, I've been doing mostly forensic psychology. My practice very quickly changed from that time on. I'm currently the co-director of the Institute for Behavioral Sciences and the Law, and anywhere between 80 and 90% of all my work now is related to some legal or court-related matter in the ways in which mental health interfaces or impacts or helps to give opinions about various legal issues. I've taught rather extensively in the area of forensic psychology. I teach to mostly legal audiences, but oftentimes too I speak to groups of psychology students wanting to sit up here and do what I'm doing as well. Make long drives and then come up here and talk to people about cases. I also currently on the staff, the adjunct faculty staff for the School of Psychiatry at Florida Atlantic University. I help to train their forensic psychiatrists, so not just psychologists, but psychiatrists in terms of doing this work as a psychologist or as a psychiatrist, a mental health professional who gives opinions in the courtroom.
And are you also required to update your educational background and knowledge as a forensic psychologist?
Yes, sir. So sure. So every 2 years we're required to get 40 continuing education credits to maintain our license, and part of that is we have to on a regular basis update our work in domestic violence or battered women syndrome. So we have to take.
I'm going to let him talk for a few seconds here. I just have to take a comfort break of my own. I won't be doing a ad break for this break, but yeah, talk amongst yourselves.
Those courses are all required, whether you're a forensic psychologist or not, to take that coursework.
Welcome to the chat, Kevin Brady and Super Kelly G. Thanks for stopping by. Another one to say, Detective Wolbafit, Bill for Dom Russo. Great crowd here today. Indoor camper. Good to see y'all.
So as part of our requirements, we also have to take separate coursework in regards to domestic violence as a general term, or intimate partner violence. But along with that comes discussion as well with battered spouse, or what's oftentimes called battered person syndrome now.
And I apologize. I'm kind of bouncing around here, Doctor. I apologize again. For the uninitiated, just exactly what do you mean by forensic psychology?
So forensic psychology is a division of psychology. Most people don't think about that as often when they think about psychologists. But forensic psychologists are individuals who have degrees in psychology who are working to help to answer questions that come up in the legal system. It could be in criminal cases like we're here for today, answering various criminal questions, giving opinions about those questions. Or it could be in other settings like family settings, divorce proceedings, or sometimes civil settings like personal injury. Someone's claiming some emotional damage or something has happened to them. So forensic psychology is really the way that we use the science of psychology to help give opinions about various legal matters.
Now, what is the DSM or the DSM-5?
So the DSM it stands for Diagnostic and Statistical Manual. It's kind of our code book, if you will, to help us to know what the different symptoms are for different mental health disorders, whether it's major depression or schizophrenia or anxiety. So it gives us a code book of here's the criteria you have to meet in order to have that diagnosis. And then we're able to utilize that in terms of either treatment, even insurance billing, but being able to inform patients too about what condition we think that they're suffering from. It's been updated many times over the years. It started at just DSM, and now it's at the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual 5th edition, text revised. So we've gone through a lot of revisions over the years to try to fine-tune in an empirical or scientific way what the elements are, if you will, of various mental health conditions.
Now, you've been asked to testify today in regards to battered women's syndrome. Is the battered women's syndrome identified or located within the DSM-5?
So it is not. It is not a diagnostic category in the DSM-5 or other coding books as well. There's others besides the DSM. That's just the most popular one. But it's not a formal diagnosis that it is contained within that book, that classification manual that I just told you about.
Within your field of forensic psychology, however, is there a subcategory that is located within the DSM-5 that experts would recognize as a DSM diagnosis?
Yes, sir.
And what is that, sir?
So that category would be in the trauma section of the DSM-5 TR. There's a whole category on trauma disorders, and it's most closely related to something that we call post-traumatic stress disorder. That isn't the only trauma disorder, but that's the one that what used to be called battered women syndrome, now I refer to it as battered person syndrome, but all of it really is more connected to a trauma disorder like post-traumatic stress disorder.
Now, you testify on criminal matters. Do you also testify? You indicated also on personal injury cases and emotional. That would be civil, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. In your experience, you've testified as an expert, as a forensic psychologist. You testified for, and today you're testifying for the defense, or were called by the defense. Do you also testify for the state of Florida or other states within this country?
Yes to both of those. I've testified in other states. I also testify for both the prosecution, the state or government, depending if it's federal or if it's a state case, and also for the defense. So I really get appointments and hired by both sides.
About how many times have you testified?
Wow. At last count, it was about 1,500 times. It's over that, way over that now. That was from a few years ago. But I testify in a lot of different kinds of hearings and trials over the course of, mostly in Florida, but in other states as well.
Now, you're familiar with the fact that there is a special jury instruction that's been recognized by the Florida Supreme Court.
Approach.
Okay, just in time. We'll read the transcript while I show you a slideshow of Dr. Brannon. So I can catch up in time. I think what's happening here now, from what I remember, is, okay, here we go. Legal grounds of the objection. He's not qualified to go into opinions, Mr. J. And quite frankly, the law is purview of the court. We do not know whether this special instruction is yet going to be given. What are we doing, Mr. Beck? Mr. Beck, I'm just trying to have him indicate the battered spouse women is identical to battered spouse as indicated in the jury instruction. It's just the same terminology, same issue. Court says, I'm hesitant to address jury instructions. Mr. Beck says, okay. Court says, we haven't had a charging conference. We haven't agreed on language of 3.6F. And it's very long. I read it yesterday. I'm going to sustain it in part. I'm going to allow you to address the battered women and the battered spouse.
Objection is sustained.
They're similar in the field, but I'm not going to allow the jury instruction this time. What instruction is that? 3.6F, self-defense. All right, thank you.
I apologize. Doctor, you testified as to battered women syndrome, battered person syndrome. Are there other synonyms or similar names for what you're describing, in particular battered spouse syndrome?
Well, we talk about it in terms of trauma disorders like post-traumatic stress disorder, but the way when it's applied to the legal system is called battered wife, or that was the original terminology for it, battered wife syndrome or battered person syndrome. So it really depends on your setting. So in this setting, we oftentimes talk about this particular condition that I've been I've been asked to talk about today is really referred to as battered spouse syndrome.
And have you been asked to give your opinion as a legal expert and on battered spouse syndrome?
Yes, sir.
How frequently have you been asked to do that?
I've been involved in about 100 cases of just that alone. I've been involved in some sort of testimony about 50 times.
And you indicated that you testified for the state, you testified for the defense, you testified in state cases, federal cases. Could you break down on a percentage basis the number of times you testified for the state versus testifying for the defense?
It's really close in terms of the last time we looked at it, it was about 50-50. On most cases, like for instance, if there's a case that involves battered spouse, potentially battered spouse or battered wife syndrome, I'm usually called by the defense first because they raise the issue. If you're called by the prosecution, whether it be federal or state, what oftentimes happens is it's in response to a defense expert that's been called. So do I agree or disagree with that other expert? So I'm usually, the call usually comes first from the defense, but in terms of who I'm hired by, it's pretty even. It's about 50-50.
Now, this time, Your Honor, I would proffer the witness as an expert in the field of forensic psychology. May we approach?
Yes, approach.
Objection by Mr. J. Court says yes. Mr. J says there's long-standing case law that says it's inappropriate for a court to do that. Court says, I agree. So his qualifications speak for themselves, but I'm not going to accept a tender in open court. Mr. Beck says, okay.
Objection is sustained. Wait.
Mr. Beck says, will there be objections as to his ability to proffer opinions? Mr. J says, no. Mr. Beck says, okay, I just wanted to make sure. Court says, you may proceed, sir.
Objection is still sustained. Mr. Beck, you may continue.
Hey, Vel 73, bless you for coming. Bless you for stopping by the chat. Bless you. Bless you.
Has battered spouse syndrome been accepted, to your knowledge, in the
Judge Kranick says, bless you, like Sarah says, please. If you don't hear the sneezes, they just seem just as random and interspersed.
Florida court system?
Yes, sir.
Objection, legal conclusion?
Thank you, Rita.
Sustained.
Can you describe the classic system or systemology wherein an individual might necessarily suffer and then exhibit symptoms of battered women syndrome?
Yes. So battered spouse syndrome
Feels like
is
Pop-Tart time.
a woman, usually a woman's response. Doesn't have to be, but that's a classic historical research went into how women respond in situations in which there's intimate partner violence, when they've been the victim of violence. Now we know, of course, in other kinds of relationships, men can be a victim of it as well, or as, whether it's a heterosexual or homosexual relationship, that both men and women can be victims. But we still know the majority of those individuals that are diagnosed with that condition or given that condition, classified with that condition, are women.
Bless you.
We do know that it's a reaction, a strategy that's developed by the person who's being abused to someone who's abusing them in an intimate partner situation. And essentially what they're doing is they've made a determination that they can't effectively escape from the abuse. They can't just leave for some reason. They feel in danger, or they've been threatened if they leave that something bad will happen to them. So it's a cognitive or thinking strategy on the part of the person being abused that I have to develop some coping skills or ways of protecting myself, and protecting myself or maybe even loved ones as well from some form of imminent violence or danger or lethality. Something bad will happen to me if I don't develop a way of handling this abuse, this constant abuse that's coming towards me. So the battered wife syndrome is really a way of thinking. It's a psychological change that happens with a victim in terms of the way they cope and strategize to stay safe for themselves and other loved ones as well, oftentimes.
I'm going to ask a really silly question.
Oh, a silly question.
I don't know if you've noticed a bruise across the bridge of my nose this morning.
This is silly.
I did see that when I come in. Yes, sir.
Okay. This weekend, hypothetically, if an individual was digging around in the garbage, the lid fell down and cut his nose, the bridge of his nose wide open, would you, as a forensic psychologist, anticipate, or a psychologist in general, anticipate that there might be a physical or a psychological reaction or response to that degree of trauma?
So I don't know if it would be trauma.
So before we let Mr. Brannon, Dr. Brannon, answer this question, let's take a second to realize that Kevin Beck smashed his nose on a garbage can and thought this would be a great story to bring into the courtroom. He's like, how do you damage the bridge of your nose? He's on vacation, right? He's from Arizona, so it's not like he's just doing household chores. He did this in a hotel? Managed to cut the bridge of his nose? And, oh, you know what I'll do? I'll call attention to this when I have a forensic psychologist, not a doctor. Is it, so now, do I have PTSD about the garbage can? This is the highlight of Kevin Beck's questioning.
Or not. It could be, depending on the degree of the injury and the pain and things like that.
Oh, Kelp, yes, has never thought of buttered Pop-Tarts. If you've never put butter on a Pop-Tart, I really think you should. And if you haven't seen my short about butter on Pop-Tarts, it jumps on the back of a Family Guy song. If you ever put butter on a Pop-Tart, if you haven't, then I think you should. If you ever put butter on a Pop-Tart, something, and it's frickin' good.
But certainly you'd view that garbage can differently as you approached it. So it changes your psychology or the way that you look at that particular situation or that particular object. So by viewing it differently, you may engage in different behaviors. You may approach it differently. You may have somebody else approach it. You may approach it with both hands up. So it changes your behavior and your thinking about that garbage can.
Does that also apply to interpersonal relationships?
Yeah, garbage cans, suitcase, anything like that.
So it certainly can. No two people always react the same way to every situation. Trauma, one person's trauma is not a trauma to another person. But for people who do develop battered spouse syndrome, they do begin to change the way they view the person who's abusing them and what they have to do in order to maintain either their life or their safety, their physical safety in terms of their behavior and interactions with that person.
Maintaining focus.
Now, is there a specific set of criteria that a psychologist, forensic psychologist, would necessarily rely upon in attempting to make a diagnosis or an assessment of battered women syndrome?
Yes, sir.
And what are those criteria?
Well, you'd want to see, one, if some type of abuse has occurred. That abuse can be physical, it can be sexual, it can be emotional, or it can just be the threat of abuse or bad things that's going to happen to you. So there has to be something bad that's happened or that's threatened to be happening over a period of time. So abuse has to be present in order for this to be underway. Without abuse, there's no battered wife syndrome.
Now, this brings me to another bit of my, I think, new analysis to the Sarah Boone case that I bring to the table. I think that they gave her, if not the transcript to the Marsha Thompson case, at least some backgrounder to it. I think she used the power and control wheel, but I think she adapted it so she could tell Marsha's stories as her own, thinking if that got her off, and it probably did a double disservice. It's not like her telling the truth would have made things better for her. But the more she embellished things by using stories that weren't her own, I think it even hurt what little credibility she might have had for people who were giving her the benefit of the doubt. But yeah, and I think that's kind of where we have to really view Dr. Brandon as a witness of, was Owens just thinking he won the lottery to get him approved as a witness, and Sarah like thinking, well, okay, so if I say it was a terrifying love, if I say I was always in fear. So I think some of those concepts may have come from the battered spouse book that was on Owen's desk, may have come from some of the handouts she was studying, but I think there's a significant part of it that would have been the actual case testimony from the Marsha Thompson case. And it's why the stories just don't fit with Sarah's life. Like it's just like the clothes she's putting on before court, they don't fit her.
But that's not enough. There also has to be what's called coercive control. Coercive control is really keeping the person's social interactions, overseen on a regular basis, controlling money, controlling preferences, even TV preferences sometimes.
Beck v. Trash Bin will be available during the Friday Night Ramble. We'll look into the case of Kevin Beck sues the trash bin who assaulted his nose.
Social media, looking at social media that the person is accessing or looking at, who they're talking to on Facebook, who they're texting. So it's a
Detective Wilbefit asked a great question. I'll tell you how I found it online. Look up power, control, wheel, orange. Those 4 words, and then switch it to images, and you will see, basically looks like an orange. It's all segmented. It'll have a blue circle around the outside. It'll be from the YWCA in Spokane, Washington. But it's just a kind of, and you don't see colorful because I don't have a color printer. Who has a color printer these days? Costs more for the finest, or less for the finest champagne per milliliter than it does for printer ink.
Combination of abuse and coercive control that results in a person feeling victimized, but that's still not enough. That person then has to feel like they can't escape from that. They've either been told, if you leave me, you're going to die, or a family member is going to be harmed, your children, your mother, whatever it might be. And as a result of that, they develop strategies to cope with that, acquiescing, pleasing, doing anything they're asked to do, demeaning themselves, allowing themselves to be controlled, all of the things that would fend off, if you will, some abuse or attack or threat to them or someone who surrounds them. So those would be the components that you would need to have, and that dance continues to go on usually.
The Spokane, Washington, I think it's just a matter of that it was an online thing. So maybe Owens looked it up and then found this as a one-page PDF. Like, I don't know why it's relevant that it's a Spokane YWCA handout. I think just because of the color on it, because you'll see there are other versions of the power and control wheel that's black and white. And I think what a child Sarah is, he knew that if it was in color, she would be more likely to interact with it.
Repeatedly throughout the course of that relationship.
So I think what you're describing is, in a sense, a subjective nature to the syndrome that's being described.
It's both objective and subjective. So objective in terms of the facts, like what's really happening. A person's being abused, they're being told certain things, there's control over them. But then the subjective part is the person's interpretation of that, their perception of that. So there's really both going on, and they have to kind of work together in order for this syndrome to be formalized and properly diagnosed.
You indicated that there sometimes may be some defense mechanisms that are, or strategies that are devised by the battered individual, the abused individual.
Yes, sir.
In your experience and your training, do controlled substances, alcohol, drugs, frequently appear in your analysis or assessment?
Yes, and the way they appear is they can appear either from the abuser or the abused or both. What can happen from the abuser standpoint is they may only be abusive, or the abuse may become worse if they abuse substances. From the abused standpoint, it may be self-medication. It may be a way of coping with the anxiety that there's going to be something bad that potentially could happen to them or somebody else. It's kind of a way of dealing with walking on the eggshells. So if I use substances, that can deaden the pain, if you will, for me, or help me to forget about it. So it's oftentimes, not always, but oftentimes part of either the abuser's behavior or the abused behavior.
Do they, in your experience, do they, on occasion, actually defend the individual that is abusing them?
That's a very frequent part of this syndrome. Not always, but it's very frequent. It's why interviewing them becomes difficult sometimes, because they're used to explaining away their behavior, the abuser's behavior, my black eye, my missing tooth, his screaming and yelling in the background while I'm talking to mom on the phone. So they're used to making excuses for it. It's part of the coping strategy, trying to explain away this behavior.
Hey, Edie Beatty, welcome to the stream. He does have a soothing kind of steady voice, just like Judge Kranek, where it's not like he's, putting it on like I am, but just steady. Like, it's like, yeah, I could listen to him talk. Both of the interviews I used for the 23-minute video that's on my Who is Michael Brannon video, they were both an hour long, and they were quite good. I kind of had to just settle, okay, I'm only going to use a chunk, because they would have been fine as standalone, like, hey, we're going to watch an hour of Dr. Michael Brannon being interviewed by these other people. Very well-spoken. Like, I love when somebody who really knows the subject, knows enough about it to talk about it in plain language, because it's one thing to be able to talk at high-level jargon with other people who know what you're talking about. But if you can make that information accessible by delivering it in a way that makes sense, but also doesn't dumb it down, I think that's a great skill.
He's had a bad day. She's, really upset about something else that's going on. She's really never like this at any other time. So defending that person is oftentimes a part of the battered spouse syndrome, and getting the person who's been abused to get them to stop defending them so they can talk about the actual abuse becomes a challenge.
Now, the DSM makes reference on occasion to rule
Hey,
outs.
Pineweaver, good to see you again.
I assume for the diagnosis that's being applied. What is a rule out?
Great
a
to
rule
see
out
you.
in our parlance says that we should consider these things before we look at other diagnoses. So, for instance, if we're going to consider schizophrenia, we should rule out substance abuse first, because oftentimes some drugs can create hallucinations and delusions and psychotic symptoms. So there's always rule out, just like there are for medical conditions. So look for this before you consider this, is really what a rule out is.
Funny thing about that, I thought that was perfect description. I don't think Kevin Beck got it. Kevin Beck seems to think like, okay, so once you've ruled out these things, then it can be this. And it's like, no, it's just on your path to, picking a diagnosis. You want to make sure that you're not accidentally, oh yeah, no, if somebody just hit their head, they would be acting that same way. Forget about the psychology. The guy has a medical condition.
Are there specific rule-outs for battered women syndrome or PTSD?
Sure. So there's rule-outs for everything, because you're considering a
Hey,
number
Bella's
of different
mom.
conditions before you make a differential diagnosis, or you pick that's the one that I think best fits this person. So yes, there's rule-outs for both of those.
Indoor camper, you ask a great question. I'm going to pause for this one too. Does he realize whose side he's on? And I think this is the thing. He said that he's testified in over 1,500 trials, 50-50. Sometimes having interviewed the person, sometimes being an expert witness on the circumstances, other times just an expert witness on being an expert and defining terms. But I think that this is the model. This is what expert witnesses should be, is, they know their shit, but they're not coming in like, okay, I'm coming in to get you off. And, I'm the defense expert that's, that you always bring me in, and, give me the details, I'll give you the answers. He's like, I'll just tell you the truth. Put me on the stand, ask me whatever questions you want. And the great thing about this, I think, for the Sarah Boone case, is people who want to see her face justice, is Mr. J, I'm sure, was aware of who Michael Brannon is. Even if he was mostly testifying in Miami, it's Florida courts. I'm sure, he knows of this 1,500 appearance witness in the last, 20 years. Maybe he's appeared in the odd Orlando case. But my point being is he probably knew he had a straight shooter, and it allowed him to prepare a bunch of questions that are kind of pointed about George, but don't ask him to assess the situation. Just like, hey, you know a lot about battered spouse. Men could be battered spouses too, right? Oh yeah, for sure. And what if a guy was in this situation? Oh yeah, no, that's pretty bad situation. So he's great in doing that, and I think it's how expert witnesses should be. If you're a guilty person, an expert witness isn't going to really help you out, or shouldn't really help you out. If you're an innocent person, whether the expert witness is a prosecution or defense expert, if you're an innocent person, that expert should ideally be helping your case. So, and yeah, vice versa if you're guilty.
For my sake, what is a differential diagnosis?
That's how you decide which one. Whether it's your medical doctor, your psychologist, whoever. It's how they pick the right diagnosis. So you're going through kind of a card catalog in your head, and you're saying, all right, there's symptoms of this, but that's also consistent with symptoms of that. So is it schizophrenia? Is it bipolar disorder? Now I have to ask more questions. It's a decision tree. And that decision tree helps you to inform the person and either make a diagnosis in a legal setting or help to treat them clinically.
Now, if the individual, the psychologist who's doing the evaluation, identifies the presence of certain rule-outs, what is their response professionally to those rule-outs in establishing or assessing the patient?
You have to go down a decision tree. We all kind of do decision trees in our mind every day about what we should do or shouldn't do in certain situations. It happens automatically. It's more structured when you're doing it professionally. So if you have a concern about substances, then you would kind of take that track and you'd have to ask a lot of questions in that area. So you'd want to know what kind of substances, how often are they using those substances, what kind of effect have those substances had on them before. I just picked one of many possible rule-outs there. But every one of them you'd have to explore or ask additional questions because, of course, you don't want to come up with a wrong diagnosis because in a legal setting, that leads you to a bad opinion. In a clinical setting, it leads to bad treatment.
Now, I want to go
Well
back
said.
just a second. We talked about the subjective nature of the the abused individual's understanding of what's happening. Does this subjective, or does the experience...
Oh, and Mandy 13, so that's great. Yeah, this doctor, I'll read the comment first. This doctor is just describing what battered spouse syndrome is. He's not applying it to Sarah. I can't believe the defense tried this. And what I think the defense thought was going to happen was he was going to go up there and just spend the whole time talking about when you're in a bad situation, even if it's not what a reasonable person would do, you're no longer a reasonable person due to abuse, and was going to really focus on trying to, get you over the hump of understanding how you could do something unreasonable and still be a reasonable person. And I think that's where they really dropped the ball by giving it to their third best attorney on the third person team, Kevin Beck, who got the shit jobs, like filing for a motion to acquit. And he doesn't have a strategy. He's not going in here with a whole lot. And at best, I would like to say that he prepared thinking that Julie Harper was going to go first, and then he would be able to use Dr. Brannon to define the terms that Julie Harper used. But, he would have known the night before that, okay, it's not going to work out. Julie Harper's our afternoon person, so we've got Brannon coming in first. And yeah, he fumbled the ball on this whole line of questioning. He's asking a lot of very generic questions that don't, they educate, they're great, give him an opportunity. But Mr. J will kind of show you what Mr. Beck should have done, or could have done anyway, because Mr. J, same thing. He's not applying it to George. He knows that he hasn't looked at the case. He hasn't seen the videos, but he's asking the right questions so that the jury can at least, it's in their head now. Oh yeah, men can be victims. Oh yeah, usually when a guy cowers like that, that's a sign of, not dominant. So anyway, that's why I really think that I think he gets overshadowed by how bad Julie Harper is later, that we all forgot about how competent he was. He wasn't outstanding. There was nothing, no huge highlight moments from this trial for Dr. Brannon, but just competent the entire way through. And I think that needs to be celebrated.
That they have suffered result in, on occasion, their experiencing or they're anticipating or assuming or imagining a threat that others may not?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Oh, approach. Okay, I'm not going to put up the graphic. Court. Yes, sir, Mr. J. Under case law that I cited, and I can't name the case offhand without stopping and reading it, but this is exactly what is not allowed for PTSD. It's not allowed to come in to show why something is subjectively making somebody act differently than the ordinary, objectively reasonable person. What this evidence comes in is, like he explained earlier, is to show how it's subjectively reasonable to do things like refuse to leave or flee. But what's not allowed is, I was in Vietnam and now fireworks scare me and make me think it's gunshots. And that's why I know, I heard gunshots and I went outside and I shot my gun everywhere. So it's our position that this is legally not relevant under PTSD battered spouse can be used for. Court response? Mr. Beck, all garbage cans or that. Mr. Beck, or garbage cans. Court's response. Mr. Beck, Your Honor, I'm fine. Essentially, I'm parroting with the deposition that was taken by Dr. Brannon in the state. So if this is deemed to be an inappropriate statement, I can move on. Okay, I'll sustain the objection. Interesting. Okay, hold on. Just before he says that speaks to exactly. So Kevin Beck, to prepare, let me just read that back again. I was kind of rushing to get done. Your Honor, I'm fine. Essentially, I'm parroting with the deposition that was taken by Dr. Brannon and by the state. So if this is deemed to be inappropriate, I can move on. So what Mr. Beck is saying is that he didn't put any time into his questions. He's just asking the same questions that got asked when they were rooting around for information. I'm just trying to get it all on the record, Your Honor. He doesn't have a plan. This is just, the state asked these questions, so now he's asking the questions that the state asked that he likes. Yeah. Okay, so my assessment of him being third best of the Owens attorneys, and it's a low bar, but he managed to limbo underneath. He's third. Strong third, in my opinion. I'm going to set up a poll. Strongest attorneys on the, and we'll only include the people who are party to the case, so Owens, Henderson, and Beck. We'll leave the girls out of it. Women.
Objection is sustained.
Doctor, from what you described this morning, I think we're talking about a complex and sophisticated process for assessing and diagnosing PTSD, battered women, the matters that you described. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, sir.
And in this instance, this particular matter regarding the state versus Sarah Boone, were you approached about the possibility of doing an assessment as to Sarah Boone?
Approach.
Sidebar. Court, my understanding is that he's just not rendering any other opinions. Mr. Beck says, right. The court says, so what does whether or not he was approached? Mr. Beck says, I believe the fact that he did not believe there was adequate time, given the 30 days that were available, to do an appropriate assessment of the patient, in this case, Sarah Boone. It's going to be utilized by the defense to establish that expert testimony of Dr. Harper should be deemed more reliable than the testimony of somebody who only appeared one time in a series of tests and done nothing more. Court says, anything further? Mr. J says, I think it's irrelevant that he's approached and declined. And then also I'm going to preemptively object to that, since the rules only allow my expert to evaluate her once. Court says, I'm going to sustain the objection, but as to the second portion, not to the second, but to the first. The fact that he was asked and couldn't do it within 30 days isn't relevant to any opinion that he's offering. Mr. Owens says, he's allowed to express what is necessary for him in his own professional opinion. To express an opinion. Well, he would need what data he would need, what assessment, how many times, how much he would need before he could give his professional opinion. I think he can testify about that. I would need several sessions with the client. The court, that's not the question that's being asked. The question that's being asked right now is, you were approached to serve as an expert and opine specifically as it relates to Miss Boone. I mean, that's my takeaway from the question. Mr. Beck says, I can rephrase the question. The court says, I mean, if you want to go that way, that's a different kitty. That's not what's before me right now. Mr. Beck says, I'll rephrase the question. The court says, okay. Objection is sustained. Mr. J says, I would object under the local administrative order. There's only supposed to be one lawyer per witness, and now I'm combating two lawyers. The court says, so I mean, general rules is one voice. Whoever's going to be directing the witness, I need to hear that for evidentiary responses moving forward. Mr. Beck says, that's fine. Mr. J says, thank you. Okay, I'm going to sustain the objection, but you can rephrase it. Judge, Mr. Owens, I can't. This is Mr. Beck's witness. I'm still trying to get in. Hold on, I got to get to my pause. Where's my pause? Okay, that speaks to exactly what I thought. Kevin Beck is third on the team. Whether he's not, he may be stronger than Owens and Henderson, but he's being given the garbage jobs. And Owens is even trying to step in during this objection. And that's what Mr. J is like. I can handle both of you, but I shouldn't have to be. Get to the transcript for the end of that. Okay, so the court says, I'm going to sustain this objection. You can rephrase it, Mr. Owens. Judge, Mr. Owens, I can't. This is Mr. Beck's witness. I understand, but Mr. Owens, this is Mr. Beck's witness. Thank you. In open court, objection sustained. Just got some off. We're going to have to talk about that over lunch. All right. You can see, okay, so I don't know. Mr. Owens is still staring back at Judge Cranick, but Judge Cranick's just looking down at paper like, I made my ruling. Get it together, Mr. Beck. Oh, I should be on the... Okay, hold on. We're going to cut back. We'll do a little rewind here so you can see all that action during the sidebar. Because there is some good body language coming from James Owens, who just gets shut down. What are we at? 1 hour, 19 minutes, 8 seconds. There, that's... Further back. Oh, you guys you guys have to see Sarah while I'm doing the sidebars. I forgot about that. Just staring daggers like, I wonder what she thinks is happening when they're all up there talking.
Objection sustained.
Are you guys all up there talking about me? I'm assuming that's what the sidebars are about. They're about me. Okay, so James Owens is the one who gets shot down there. He tried to get two more kicks at the kitty, and it wasn't his kitty. It's Mr. Beck's kitty. Little conversation between the two of them. I'm sorry. What do you want me to tell him? What do you want me to tell him? Last minute coaching from James Owens. We'll see what the first question is, because this is where Owens is going to be telling him, like, for Christ's sake, ask about the fucking suitcase. No problem with shallow pockets if you just watch the poll and watch how it progresses. I'll let you know. Thank you for chatting in the chat. It's a tough question. It's intentionally hard. It's not meant to be easy to answer. Having watched the trial several times, I feel bad saying this, but I think Owens is the most effective of the team. I think Henderson is the number 2, and I think Beck is the clear number 3. I don't think Owens is good. I think that Henderson is only slightly worse, and I think Beck is worse than both of them clearly. So that's my personal 1, 2, 3. But it feels weird to vote Owens as the strongest attorney of any team. But when you fly with turkeys, you can be the high flyer, I guess.
Doctor, when you are retained to do an evaluation in these matters, what is your practice in regards to the assessment proceedings, the assessment efforts?
Well, I'd first want to know what type of an assessment that it is, because there's different methods of approach that you'd use to analyze and be able to give an opinion on whatever question's being asked of you. So the very first goal for me as a forensic psychologist is to isolate what the question is. So what are they asking me to do? Because I want to know, A, can I do that? Am I qualified to do that, or should I refer that to somebody else? Or B, is that something I'm going to have enough time to do and enough resources to do? Then the next thing I would do is start asking questions about specifically what you already have or what can you get to help me answer this question. So right away I'd start to find out what's available. As forensic psychologists, we're supposed to do comprehensive evaluations of whatever the legal issue or question is, and it's supposed to rely on multiple sources of information. So depending again upon the question, I'm trying to then define early on what are those multiple pieces of information I'm going to need to help to try to give an opinion and an educated opinion about that matter.
Have you done an assessment in this particular case?
No, sir.
Can you tell us very briefly whether that was your decision? Objection, relevance. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. I can move on.
No, that's fine.
In your experience,
not even going to fight
doctor,
it.
Thank you very much.
Can battered women's syndrome rear its ugly head? For instance, when there are threats to other members of the family, two-legged or four?
So So yes, that's very common, that it's not just the person. It increases the terror from someone who's doing the abuse to mention other family members that they might also suffer abuse.
Two-legged or four. George loved the dogs. Remember taking any pictures on your phone? Maybe one of George dancing with the dogs. Love the dogs. Always loving on the dogs.
So whether it's emotional or physical, those type of things are very common. Not always, but it's very common in the course of domestic violence cases or intimate partner violence cases.
Thank you, Vel73. On the sidebars, it was something I really wished was done, and then I finally, at some point, realized I got a channel. I can do what I wished was done, so I'm going to do it, and here it is.
And that fear that's developed by the abused individual may exist contemporaneously with other issues, alcoholism, schizophrenia, and the like. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. They can all be combined together, and certainly that increases if there's other family members that are threatened or live in the same home or close by. That can increase the terror, and the purpose of that is to increase control, to make sure the abuser has more control over the person who's being abused.
1 second, Your Honor. May I?
Yes, sir.
So,
The interesting thing with the sidebars, too, is like how many of them aren't interesting, but just the fact of not knowing made them all like, you know, you don't know which ones are like the really, really interesting ones. But it gives you a real window into how these lawyers kind of behave off the record. They're still on the record, but, you know, there's a certain snark that escapes from Mr. J that you see flashes of it while he's in open court. But in the sidebars, it's, you know, on full display. And this isn't a sidebar. This is just Kevin Beck trying to get his bearings here.
in doing an assessment, doctor, do you look at outside materials?
Yes, sir, always.
And what kind of outside materials
thank you,
do you
Marmimi.
necessarily review in order to make this assessment?
Specifically to battered woman syndrome?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So specific to this, you'd want to look at a lot of different sources of information because you're trying to, A, make a diagnosis if there's a trauma-related disorder, but you're also trying to figure out if there's the other elements necessary to make the diagnosis as well, like abuse that's been chronic over a period of time and that the person feels they can't leave that situation and if other people have been threatened. So you'd want to know things like not only what the facts are of the particular incident, usually some crime that's been committed, but you'd want to know the history of those behaviors. Has anyone else seen those? Are there people you can talk to? You know, friends, neighbors, bosses, anybody who's seen or heard of this abuse before? Have there been medical visits where the person has actually been damaged and shown up, made some other excuse, they slipped or fell or whatever it might be?
Arguing with steak
knives. You want to do
knives.
psychological testing as a forensic psychologist because we have very good tests that help us to determine whether someone's suffering from a trauma-based disorder or not. You'd want to know if the person who'd been accused of the crime for this type of evaluation made any statements to the police. If they did, you'd want to hear that statement. Or has there been a 911 call?
Thank you, Shallow Pockets.
If that's happened, you'd want to hear that too. So any evidence you could collect, and these are some of those questions I was talking to you about before, you'd want to ask the person who's trying to hire you in the beginning, well, tell me what you have, because you'd want to see whether or not you're going to be able to make this analysis or not. So it's not good enough just to talk to the person, because that's just one form of information. It's almost like being a behavioral detective, if you will, as a forensic psychologist, because we're trying to get as much evidence wrapping around our interview with the person as possible to be able to guide our questions, but inform us and see whether there's what we call convergent validity. It's a fancy way of saying, does everything agree with each other? Does everything connect in a way that it all sort of makes sense? Or are these strange, conflicting pieces of evidence that we need to explain away, or it just doesn't fit the criteria? So it's a rather comprehensive and complex evaluation that has to be conducted to come up with this. And the final piece I'd say about it is that because oftentimes the abused person is defending still the person that they've oftentimes committed a crime against, it takes a bit of time to get to where you need to go. With all victims of trauma, whether you're talking about situations where you're doing therapy or you're doing an analysis in this type of setting, a criminal setting, it usually takes some time to break through that and get them to trust you to talk about the trauma, but to stop defending the person and talk about the abuse and how they felt about the abuse. Your goal, if you will, is to be able to see what's happening in that situation through the abused person's eyes. If you look at it through your eyes, often it doesn't seem to make sense. But if you look at it through their eyes, if it meets the criteria for a battered spouse.
And this is probably the most effective testimony. If Sarah had done any type of reasonable job of showing that she was actually afraid, if the facts of the case supported it in any way, this is the testimony right here that would have helped her, but it didn't, so it didn't.
You can better understand their world and what they're dealing with.
And real briefly, some of the things that you are evaluating when you examine, particularly the individual themselves, you're looking for anxiety and or fear?
Yes.
Low self-esteem?
Yes.
Are you looking for depression?
Yes.
Are you looking for any form of social or interpersonal withdrawal?
Withdrawal, especially if it's forced withdrawal, controlled withdrawal, if there's consequences to socializing with my family, my friends, calling them on the phone, texting them, so especially in that context.
Stockholm Syndrome?
Sure, that can be part of it.
And what is Stockholm Syndrome, real briefly?
So it's really adapting to
Stockholm Syndrome.
To someone who's captive or taking over a person, controlling their life, sort of adapting to that situation. The famous model of that would be many, many decades ago, a woman called Patty Hearst, who was kidnapped, but it's taking on the beliefs and taking on an acceptance.
How many people here know the Patty Hearst case? Pretty fascinating historical case where a lot of Americans became familiar with the term Stockholm Syndrome. Stockholm Syndrome obviously didn't originate here. It originated in Stockholm. It was there was a bank robbery, and the hostages in the bank eventually ended up sympathizing with their hostage takers. But yeah, Patty Hearst, daughter of Randolph Hearst, the media magnate. I'll let his conversation play out while you guys chat about Patty Hearst in the chat.
If you will, of a kind of a captive situation. And in these situations with women who have been abused who meet the criteria for battered spouse syndrome, they oftentimes adapt, defend, and take on in an acquiescent way that this is okay and I'm part of this situation as opposed to opposed to the situation.
Will this syndrome exhibit itself in physical attributes?
It can, at times, even physical illness at times.
Inability to sleep, inability to keep food down, and those type of things.
Sure. Yes, sir.
Would that individual potentially experience hypervigilance?
Well, that's a large part of it. Of any trauma-based disorder is hypervigilance. What changes when you've been traumatized, any kind of trauma, not just abuse, but what changes is your perception of danger. So whether it's the lid of the garbage can hitting you on your nose, or whether it's someone being abusive towards you, those situations change your perception of danger. So you no longer see that object or that person in the same way. You have a foreboding sense of danger could occur. So other people may not perceive it with that person. He's so nice at work, or he's nice in these other settings, or he's so great on the softball field, but at home he's different. So that person who's being abused, their perception changes.
Does that include denial?
It could include denial, and oftentimes that's part of the explanation. The defensiveness of that person is the denial of how bad things are that are going on.
Thanks, Doctor. For this time.
Any cross-examination?
Yes, sir.
Yes, there is.
Good morning, Doctor.
Good morning.
Nice to see you in person.
Good to see you again.
Ah, there we are. Good to see you again. Mr. J knows exactly who Mr. Michael Brannon is. Who wouldn't know the professional wrestler who's actually super intelligent, talks like a normal person about complicated concepts, knows enough, like, you know, you can scoff at professional wrestling, but there's a number of skills required to be a professional wrestler, and one of them is your ability to both communicate, but specifically to speak into a microphone, to project, to, you know, when to be quiet, when to be loud. You can't just be 110% constantly. Like, there's some wrestlers who do that, but the effective ones are the ones who know the range. And, you know, you get your Randy Macho Man. Ooh, yeah. WrestleMania, I'm going to be coming down your neck. And it's the quiet part that makes the explosion, you know, so climactic. But yeah, Mr. J knows exactly who Michael Brannon is, and now probably has questions he already knows the answers to. Obviously, he did the deposition that Mr. Beck used. So, yeah, this is going to be fun.
So there's a subjective component.
Hey,
to
Fletcher
trauma,
boy.
What I understand you're saying, correct?
Cream? Yes, sir.
And so
Rises to the
hypothetically,
top.
a couple could be in a 3.5-year relationship with physical violence, emotional violence, even sexual violence. But either or both of those partners may or may not believe that is a traumatic experience for him or herself, correct?
Yes, sir. People mistake the stimulus about what happens as the trauma. The trauma is really the reaction to it. So bad things that happen, people don't always react in the same way to them. So yes, sir, that's correct.
So for instance, a homicide detective or a homicide prosecutor may go out to a scene and see a freshly dead body, and their perception of that environmental stimulus may be very different from somebody who works at Dunkin' Donuts and just gives us muffins in the morning coming across a dead body. Is that fair?
Yes, sir. That homicide detective may be able to go eat lunch right after it. And
Mr. J is totally the kind of guy who would get a muffin from Dunkin' Donuts. Ah, here I am at a donut shop. What will I have? One muffin, please. Thank you.
the other person who works at the donut restaurant may not be able to eat for a couple of days as a result. So, yes, perception is a big part of how trauma occurs.
And I understand your answers today, and I'm not saying that they were different the other day, but I understand you to say that it's very important to do a comprehensive evaluation to get the full picture of what is going on in the perceived battered spouse mind, correct?
When we approach.
Yes.
All right. Court, legal grounds for the objection. Mr. Beck, Your Honor, I'd object on the grounds that this is the very area that the state objected to us going into. I want to ask whether or not the court's opinion of whether or not they're in fact open the door as to the nature of this type of work that he would do and his inability to do it in this case because he has not afforded the time or opportunity. I think the case has opened the door. The state has opened the door. Court response. Mr. J, I'm not going anywhere near asking him why he didn't do it. He went into great detail about why it's important to assess the credibility of all evidence. The court, didn't you talk about collateral sources and 911 calls and witness statements? Mr. Beck, in the general context, not a specific context, as the state is attempting to do here, and because they are essentially positioning these questions in a hypothetical phrase, they, I believe, have opened the door for being able to describe that this individual was contacted and identified and that could have, the court, that's not my takeaway from the state's question. The state's question was, you want to have a comprehensive review. Is that what he talked about on direct? Mr. Beck. Okay, but I want to ask the question whether or not he could accomplish that review in the time that was afforded to him and why he did not. The court, as to opening the door, I don't see it because he specifically testified on direct as to what one would be looking for in rendering an opinion, and certainly that's fodder for cross-examination, Mr. Beck. Sure. The court. Now, I'm going to say right now...
The objection is overruled.
slow on that one. Going to say right now and foreclose the opening the door. Let's see where Mr. J's questions go, but I do find it's fair game for cross-examination. So the objection is overruled.
So, we've been talking about the importance of doing a comprehensive evaluation with as many collateral sources as one could possibly have when making an assessment about the battered spouse syndrome, correct?
Yes, sir. It's a relevant piece of information. Yes, sir.
And would you agree that obviously the person who is accused of committing a crime, there are credibility issues that you do need to care for when relying upon that person's history provided about the events leading to that and the past events describing the relationship with the intimate partner?
Yes, sir. In every forensic evaluation, that's the case.
Is this particularly important if there's a comorbidity with an alcohol abuse disorder?
Yes.
And can you tell the jury what alcohol abuse disorder means in the DSM-5 TR?
Sure. It's the biggest part of it is it's not just the use of alcohol, it's impairment that happens as a result. So it's the excessive use of alcohol, but that could mean something different, just like the excessive use of marijuana might mean. But it's the use of alcohol to the degree that it impairs or infects a person's life. And with that may come a lot of other things like deceitfulness or aggression or unreliability, sleep or somatic problems, difficulties. So, but the important thing to remember there is that it's the use of a substance that impairs or affects a person's life.
And if there is alcohol involved in the histories being given about either the event in question or any preceding events, must the evaluator take that into account when evaluating the memories and perceptions of the person giving them that history?
Yes, so in introducing that new topic about memory, we know that substances can interfere and impair memory. So as a result of that, you'd want to know what they were using, how close it was. If you're talking about a particular event, like a crime, you'd want to know if there was substance usage, and if so, what the person's memory functioning was, and does that match up with other sources of information about what those events were.
Are you familiar with the narcissistic personality disorder?
Yes, sir, of course.
Is that something recognized in the DSM-5 TR?
Yes, sir.
And can you tell us whether or not a person who is...
What a great line of questioning. Like, oh, can you explain what narcissistic personality disorder? No. I'm not asking you to diagnose anyone. Just tell us a few of the things we might see in someone who is diagnosed with it. Jury just happens to be sitting over there listening to this. Must be important. Why would they be asking? It's like the Chewbacca defense, but as a prosecution strategy. Why am I up here talking about narcissists? Is she a narcissist? Is that what I'm supposed to? I'm allowed to think that.
Giving a history, whether it's the patient/client or whatnot, has traits, perhaps not a diagnosis, but even just traits of the narcissistic personality disorder. Is that something the evaluator should account for in evaluating the credibility of the history given?
Yes.
And why is that?
Yes.
Well, because all forms of disorders or conditions or just traits may lead to inaccurate information, either not purposely or purposely. They may be deceptive. So certain personality disorders or traits can lead to deception or inappropriate or inaccurate information. That's why you need more than one source of information. Does what this person is saying to me check out with other sources of information?
And I don't mean to quiz you on it, but can you tell us some of the criteria for the narcissistic personality disorder?
I can, yes, sir.
I can.
So it is a grandiose sense of self-worth.
He's eager.
It's the consideration of yourself over anybody else. It's kind of operating your own world. So it's an inflated sense of who you are. It's a misperception of how important you are to other people and your meaning to other people. It's a sense of specialness, that you stand out from other people in terms of special skill or skills, and that other people, if they don't recognize that, they should recognize that.
This is so funny. We're going to go back about 30 seconds, and then when Mr. J's question stops, I'm going to ask a question instead, and we'll see if the answer is the same.
Check out with other sources of information.
And I don't mean to quiz you on it, but can you tell us some of the criteria for the narcissistic personality disorder?
I can.
And I don't mean to quiz you on it, but can you tell us just off the top of your head, some things about the defendant sitting in front of you right now?
Yes, sir. So it is a grandiose sense of self-worth. It's the consideration of yourself over anybody else. It's kind of operating in your own world. So it's an inflated sense of who you are. It's a misperception of how important you are to other people and your meaning to other people. It's a sense of specialness, that you stand out from other people in terms of special skill or skills, and that other people, if they don't recognize that, they should recognize that. So the biggest heading there is an inflated sense of self-esteem and grandiosity.
Okay, so that all tracks. Just have that one more time. That's don't want to do too many repeats, but we're on a good pace this morning. We're only 2 hours into the show. I think we've got how much more testimony from him? We're an hour and 35 minutes. Going to stay through Pearl Walker for sure. Oh, okay. I was wondering, I was like, geez, if it's just him and Pearl Walker, we don't have time. There's some videos. We're going to see the baseball bat video today. The infamous, the notorious baseball bat incident.
Check out with other sources of information.
And I don't mean to quiz you on it, but can you tell us some of the criteria for the narcissistic personality disorder?
Okay, so we're going to go to Bizarro World, where Dr. Brannon had a chance to... Have you had a chance to meet the client? Oh, yes, I've met with her 28 times. I've reviewed every letter she's written the court. I've reviewed her family court transcripts in full, and all other online information. All right, well, tell us what you know about Sarah Boone.
I can, yes, sir. So it is a grandiose sense of self-worth. It's the consideration of yourself over anybody else. It's kind of operating in your own world. So it's an inflated sense of who you are. It's a misperception of how important you are to other people and your meaning to other people. It's a sense of specialness, that you stand out from other people in terms of special skill or skills, and that other people, if they don't recognize that, they should recognize that. So the biggest heading there is an inflated sense of self-esteem and grandiosity.
Are you familiar with an adjustment disorder diagnosis?
Yes, sir.
And is that in the DSM-5 TR?
Yes, sir, correct.
Can you tell us about that?
Adjustment disorder is a person's reaction, and it could be emotional, it can be behavioral, or it can be both, to a situation that occurs. You broke up with your boyfriend or girlfriend, so you're upset about that. And so as a result, you're tearful, you're anxious or nervous or worried about what may happen to you as a result of breaking up with them, or you behaviorally may start not going to work, or get into more arguments or fights with your children as a result. So it's a temporary reaction to a stressful situation that occurs in some individuals.
And hypothetically, if a person who is giving a history for criteria of diagnosis, let me strike that. If somebody is giving a history and that is being used to come to an evaluation conclusion of battered spouse syndrome, if that person has been diagnosed with adjustment disorder predating the traumatic relationship, is that something the evaluator should take into account?
You'd want to know any prior diagnosis, because it may not necessarily be exclusionary, but it could. So adjustment disorder is a temporary reaction. You're upset in a temporary period, and most of them just go away on their own. Whereas something else like a traumatic stress disorder is long-term. It's something that a person's stuck with for a period of time that usually doesn't just go away on its own. So yes, you'd want to know that. For that term I used before, that differential diagnosis, you'd want to know those things to compare and contrast them and hold them up against each other.
Now, hypothetically, if somebody says things like, I'm the best thing that has ever happened to you, and I'm the best you'll ever do, are those indications of the narcissistic personality disorder?
Well, they could be. You wouldn't want just that alone. You'd want to see if that was happening in other settings. Is it happening on the job, with friends, with family members? Is it showing up on psychological testing? But certainly that would be a red flag. You'd go, I want to pay more attention to that. I want to investigate that further.
And is it important when evaluating trauma-based disorders, because they're based on emotional reactions, to do that rule out on alcohol or drug use?
Certainly you'd want to do that. It's not usually disguised as a trauma-based disorder. Alcohol and trauma aren't usually rule-outs for each other, but it could exacerbate a condition. It could make you diagnose a trauma condition when it's just an adjustment disorder. I say just, I don't mean to minimize it, but it's not as serious as a trauma-based disorder.
Is it important to consider whether the abuser and or the abused behave differently in the absence of alcohol or drugs?
There's a passing resemblance between myself and Dr. Red Roberts. I can see that.
Yes.
And why is that?
Well, because you're trying to analyze a psychological condition. If, as a result of drug or alcohol abuse, their behavior changes or their perceptions change, that's not a psychological condition, that's a substance abuse disorder. So that's why you'd want to know that. So if their condition remains the same, maybe it's a little worse when they're using drugs or alcohol, but it's the same perception of threat or danger, then you're going to diagnose a trauma-based disorder. If not, then you're going to diagnose a substance abuse disorder. You can have both, but you'd want to rule one out as opposed to the other.
And are you familiar with the classic three-step cycle of battered spouse syndrome or domestic violence?
Yes, sir, I am.
Can you explain that to the jury?
Sure. So there's a cycle of violence that was first developed by a woman in the 70s called Lenore Walker, Dr. Lenore Walker. She's a psychologist who's usually credited with developing the whole theory of that.
This is a great little history lesson right here. And again, to have this knowledge on his fingertips. So great credit for Dr. Lenore Walker and developing the framework for battered spouse understanding. So we'll go back 15 seconds here and just appreciate this for the knowledge that it's just sitting there. It's ready to go.
Explain that to the jury?
Sure. So there's a cycle of violence that was first developed by a woman in the 70s called Lenore Walker, Dr. Lenore Walker. She's a psychologist who's usually credited with developing the whole theory of battered spouse syndrome. And in the classic model, which we know oftentimes happens, not every time, but in the classic model, there's a period of tension buildup where things are happening, little arguments are happening, there's bickering back and forth, there may be some threats or some loud voices back and forth, but it's all things that are leading up to a possible violent episode. Then there's the episode that happens itself, the violent episode. It could be verbal, sexual, physical, but there's the violent incident that occurs. And then after that violent episode occurs, there's a honeymoon phase where the person who's done the abuse, they're apologizing, taking that person who was abused out to dinner, buying them things, saying nice things to them, complimenting them to sort of make up for the abuse. And it's kind of it's called the cycle of violence, and the reason why is it tends to repeat itself in a lot of these situations of battered spouse syndrome where you see this repeating itself over and over and over again. So people are kind of stuck in these revolving doors in their relationship.
And can one cycle be enough to traumatize a person?
Yes.
Does this trauma necessarily have to be coming from a man to a woman?
No.
And in fact, as times have changed, language has changed, and so when we keep referring to it as battered woman syndrome in the courtroom today, what we're actually talking about now is battered spouse syndrome or even intimate partner violence.
Yes, so I mean, interpartner violence can happen outside legal settings, but it's really a kind of the large overgrouping, if you will, to be able to talk about all of these other things that can happen as a result, like trauma-based disorders and battered spouse syndrome. And you're right, the later research has kind of pulled us away from thinking this only happens to women in heterosexual relationships. We know now there's all sorts of derivations, and that men can suffer also from battered spouse syndrome, battered person syndrome, homosexual couples. So we know it goes around to everybody, but still, women are more often diagnosed with battered spouse syndrome than anybody else.
Does the trauma have to come in the form of physical violence?
No, sir.
Does it have to come in the form of sexual violence?
No, sir.
Can it come in the form of emotional or mental violence?
Yes, sir.
And would examples of that include such as running the partner down and telling them that they're no good and, just general insulting and lowering their value?
It could. Remember, that's the stimulus, so it would depend on how the person who's receiving that responds to it as to whether or not it becomes traumatic. But yes, sir, that would be the first red flag you'd want to investigate.
And you mentioned isolation before. So if somebody in a hypothetical intimate partner setting is trying to isolate the partner from his or her family members or friends or coworkers, can that be, and I'm not saying necessarily, can that be indications of intimate partner violence that could lead to battered spouse syndrome?
So sure, that'd be an example of coercive control. So if a person was doing that, that's considered.
So look how well Mr. J, like a tightrope walker, is delicately, he's asking the questions the jury needs to hear, but he's not going outside the bounds of what's acceptable for Michael Brannon as an expert without any interaction with Sarah to testify on. And the same stuff he was objecting to from Kevin Beck, and rightfully so. The defense, maybe they could be objecting to some of this, but they're not. They don't know what's going on. They're just mesmerized. They're like, fuck, why is he allowed to do it?
Consistent with that classification of battered person syndrome, yes.
And hypothetically, controlling another person, the intimate partner's personal property or effects, such as a birth certificate or identification papers.
Such as a birth certificate.
Can that be indication of emotional trauma towards the partner?
Hey, Deborah Rockhill, welcome.
Control over those identification papers.
So that's a stimulus that could.
This is great. You came in at a good time, Deborah. Mr. J is using the defense witness, Michael Brannon, to bring up even facts that are on the record as hypotheticals, like, hey, would this be a sign of, the same bad shit she's trying to accuse George of? Not that George is on trial here, but, and you know what? That's one of the things that I think is most cathartic about this testimony. George doesn't get to defend himself, but this cross-exam, if anything is George defending himself, this is it right now. This is the defense of George Torres, because it's, it's calling into question Sarah's credibility, but I think it's putting up a defense of, there was a lot of shit talk of George. Like when I was going back and doing my research, Law and Crime had some toxic chat. There was a lot of really negative George people in there. And, some of it, the record showed that there was arrests. So if you just assume that he was beating women and thought bad guy because he did it, I don't blame you for thinking that at the time. But my point being, I think that this cross was maybe one of the big, in the court of public opinion, I think this helped both people who were defending George go, hey, you see, look. And, for people who were on the fence, I think a lot of them got it after this testimony. And I think the other key thing is he lays the foundation for the rebuttal argument, where we're going to see the videos from Sarah's phone, where all of a sudden this stuff that was maybe just an abstract hypothetical, the jury doesn't know that she ripped up a birth certificate. But when they see the videos that she put on the phone, when they go through the text messages, they're going to go, oh, that witness that she had on her behalf. Well, that was some pretty crazy stuff. I'm just looking over my notes here, and that seems like Mr. J was asking about Sarah. It seemed like George might have been getting abused.
Could result, depending on how the person subjectively perceives it, in some trauma. So yes, all of the things that you mentioned could be stimulus, if you will, that a person could perceive as traumatic.
And hypothetically, if one partner A gives partner B a gift, such as a bicycle, but partner A continues to maintain that the bicycle is his or hers because he or she bought it, even though it was a gift of B, can that be a form of emotional abuse towards B?
Sure, it sounds like control.
Oh, yeah, that sounds like control. We're going to go back about a minute and a half. I'll let that play out now that we've given Deborah Rockhill a proper welcome to the chat and catch up to where we are. But, yeah, Mr. J, fantastic job of bringing up things that he's going to bring up later. Maybe not all of them, but all of this is going to resonate with the jury as they're like, that was a weird witness for Sarah.
So that's a stimulus that could result, depending on how the person subjectively perceives it, in some trauma. So yes, all of the things that you mentioned could
isolate the partner from his or her family members or friends or coworkers. Can that be, and I'm not saying necessarily, can that be indications of intimate partner violence that could lead to battered spouse syndrome?
Dana
so
Hodgson,
sure, that'd be an example
welcome.
of coercive control. So if a person was doing that, that's consistent with that classification of battered person syndrome. Yes.
And hypothetically, controlling another person, the intimate partner's personal property or effects, such as a birth certificate or identification papers, can that be indication of emotional trauma towards the partner who is lacking the control over those identification papers?
So that's a stimulus that could result, depending on how the person subjectively perceives it, in some trauma. So yes, all of the things that you mentioned could be stimulus, if you will, that a person could perceive as traumatic.
And hypothetically, if one partner A gives partner B a gift, such as a bicycle, but partner A continues to maintain that the bicycle is his or hers because he or she bought it, even though it was a gift to B, can that be a form of emotional abuse towards B?
Sure, it sounds like control, but I guess you could interpret it as emotional abuse too, but it sounds more like a control mechanism that'd be consistent.
I'm not suggesting that it's legally or morally okay, but when one intimate partner does these hypothetical emotional things, non-physical violent things to partner B, if partner B has poor personal skills and coping skills and may be consuming alcohol, is it unreasonable or unfathomable to hear that partner B responded with physical violence to partner A?
Objection, assuming facts not in evidence.
Sustained.
Yes.
Here we go. Sidebar. Court. Yes, sir. Mr. J. There are videos that are on rebuttal evidence that Janella Uadon has already authenticated and will be coming in. I can't introduce it during the defendant's case. That's not polite. But it's going to include videos where Ms. Boone is emotionally attacking the victim in this case, Mr. Torres. And after a culmination of several minutes of these verbal attacks on him, he slaps the phone out of her hand on 2 of the videos. So I would submit that this is a hypothetical for facts that will be in evidence. Mr. Beck, if they don't come in evidence, I assume the court will strike them? The court, yeah. If they don't, just bring it up at that time. We can adjust the striking. So I'm going to overrule the objection. You can proceed. Thank you. And back to open court. That's interesting. Okay. Well done, Mr. J.
Counsel, the objection is overruled.
So let me respond to that.
If you remember the question, please go ahead.
So it would increase the probability of
Well
physical
done.
violence. So if those things, in fact, were perceived as threatening or abusive in any way or insulting to the person who they were directed towards, it would increase the probability of physical violence.
And then again, the perceptions are all in the eye of the beholder, whether emotional things that are said to one another or physical things are done to one another, whether the recipient of that behavior views it as trauma is a subjective decision by that person. Right?
Yes, the perception is the impact. So that's how you would know that. It's just, water off a duck's back, or is it something that kind of sticks with me and I think about it all the time?
Did you just say that?
Now, you mentioned earlier anxiety.
He says he doesn't know who Sarah is. Water off a duck's back. Welcome to the chat to everyone who's here. We're pushing 100 people in the chat. What a difference 6 months makes, eh? There was a time where there'd be 10 of you in the chat, and you guys were just having a great time. We'd just be chatting amongst ourselves, talking about how there might be 15 people in the chat on the next time we did this. Now there's 100 of us here, all enjoying each other's company. I'm going to go back about 30 seconds just to let us all get our bearings. Or you know what? Let's have a quick commercial break. This has been going for a little bit. Anyone who needs to get up and use the bathroom, use the bathrooms. I'm going to set an ad break. This is only the second ad break of the stream. We're about 2 hours into it, so that's fair, right? We'll insert an ad there, and we will start the break. We'll call it a 1-minute break. That said, I'm not going anywhere, so we'll just do some exercises, get up, stretch. And I suppose I can keep talking. I'm a bit away from the mic, but these are just pelvis rotations. Welcome to the chat, Beth. Do a couple squats. Hear the mic. The monitor on the mic is doing a little bit of an echo thing. Got to fix that. Yeah, if you're not on ads, then, just enjoying the time with us. But I'm trying this scheduled ad break thing as a way of controlling when the ads go into it. I don't need there to be tons of ads. Maybe I want there to be more. But I know that some people who are not on... who are on freemium. Let's go back to resume. Sometimes the ads come up at an inopportune time and they're just trying to have a nice chat. And next thing you know, the chat gets taken over by advertising, so it's not conducive to the community experience. So if I can get a little better at putting in my own ad breaks, maybe I can set it up to happen when they should. Hey, Shallow Pockets. Showing the deep pockets, just gave out 5 Dan D True Crime gift memberships. If your name is GGSDL, maybe it's GG's on the down low, Helen Someone, Hope Case Camp, Fletcher Boy, or Pretend Judge, you've all received gift memberships to Dan D True Crime, thanks to Shallow Pockets, with deeper pockets than you'd expect. Shallow Pockets with that great gift. Thank you very much. I've added some new emojis too. There's a Sarah the Duck emoji. Doesn't show up that well though at full screen. Okay, we'll go back to full. We'll go back to live.
Low self-esteem and depression can all be components of battered spouse syndrome, correct?
Correct.
Is it important as the evaluator to rule out whether or not these conditions predated the violent or abusive relationship?
Yes.
Thank you, Dana Hodgson.
Well, because where things start is important diagnostically. So if all of those things were in place, all of the symptoms that were just mentioned are in place, then you wouldn't attribute those to the abuse. You'd say those things were pre-existing. Now, abuse could make it worse, but in terms of your diagnosis, you need to know where things started. So if those symptoms didn't start at the time where there was abuse that was alleged to have occurred, then it's unlikely that it's attributed to that abuse.
And independent of any narcissistic personality disorder traits, would you agree that anybody in a certain legal setting has a motivation to present themselves in a certain way?
Yes, to do impression management, either depending on the outcome. So if there's punitive sanctions, they may lie to make themselves look worse, or as a result, if they're in other settings, like divorce settings, they may lie to make themselves look better. So there's always some impression management you have to kind of look through in your evaluation.
Interesting. So if they're in divorce proceedings, you have to take that into account when they're talking about their notorious partner, for example. Well, Mr. Brannon, you sure have a way of just getting to the depth of things that you don't even realize how well you're doing.
Important for an evaluator?
It should be looked at in every evaluation.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any redirect examination?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, back to a redirect.
Just want to, one more time, in response to the state's questioning, you indicated that where an individual's credibility may be in question, there is a necessity that the individual who's making the assessment corroborate whatever they're being told.
I know a little bit about how hypes work. I see in the chat there's he needs more subscribers to have hype. No, you can't hype a live stream. You can hype it after it's fully processed, but for all you early birds that are getting in here, ahead of time, and yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Save your hypes. There's lots of great creators out there. But if you do want to use a hype for me, either look to one of my recent fully produced videos or to the last live stream. So just as you're coming in on a live stream, hype the last live stream if you watched it and liked it. And then that might put, a bunch of people like Sarah Boone day 3, but he's doing day 4 today. Oh, I can do 12 hours of Sarah Boone. My God, I didn't even know this guy existed. I think it's almost like a war of attrition. Danielle and I, like if you're somebody who likes getting a little, steady diet of Sarah Boone, the diet's getting a little slimmer as time goes on. So it's kind of nice that, some people that maybe haven't seen my channel in the last year are starting to, hey, This is a fresh take on some familiar territory. Yeah, I could hang out here. You guys are fine and dandy.
Correct.
Yes, sir, in a number of different ways. We have psychological tests that assess for things called malingering or faking mental health problems or difficulties. So you'd want to do that. You'd want to look at other evidence to see if it's all consistent. So it's very important you don't just rely on self-report.
Is it possible that an individual may exhibit one or two attributes of a particular DSM diagnosis, but not actually qualify because it's simply not there?
Right, sure. So sometimes like social isolation can be because we're introverted, or it could be part of depression. So you need to kind of follow it out and see how many of the symptoms are there to see whether or not it meets the criteria.
So I may exhibit one or two symptoms of narcissism, but not qualify because I don't meet all of those, or a significant number of the indicators that you would rely upon to make that diagnosis.
Yes, sir, or it can be situationally based, like we may display narcissistic features here in a courtroom, but may not do that in any other part of our life.
Now, in your experience, have you determined, learned, either through your studies, experience, and so on, whether or not the abusive behavior may begin based upon an individual's perception of things occurring to him as a child or her as a child? In other words, if they grow up in an abusive household.
Okay, I understand.
Objection, hypothetical, not in evidence.
Objection, hypothetical, not in evidence.
You've indicated that there are things that, I think in response to the state's cross-examination, that there are things that may add to or may contribute to a particular psychosis or symptom. Would an individual's background as a child include those type of criteria?
Yes, sir. You're more vulnerable to certain psychological conditions based on your history. So if you've been traumatized before, or bad situations have happened to you before, if you've suffered from depression before, it makes you more vulnerable to those conditions or other conditions later on.
Finally, one question or one symptom that we haven't discussed, I don't think, or maybe it was discussed by the state, was learned helplessness. What is that?
Learned helplessness, I've really spoken about it a little bit, but now we have the fancy term for it. Learned helplessness was really researched by someone named Seligson, a doctor named Seligson, a psychologist, research psychologist. And just real briefly, what it is, it's when someone kind of gives up and feels like there's nothing that they can do to change their situation. It was originally done with laboratory animals, but where a person really feels that no matter what strategy they've taken, like leave, stay, fight, whatever it might be, it won't work. It usually leads to depression or developments of other strategies, like I have to appease or please or make sure I do everything correctly or apologize. So it's really believing that no matter what you do, it won't be effective.
Doctor, thank you for your testimony. Thank you for traveling up here from Miami so early in the morning.
No problem at all.
Thanks for the rest.
Thank you, sir. You can be excused.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
Get the parties approach for a moment.
Okay, sidebar. Court, Mr. Owens, who do you anticipate being your next witness? I'm asking because it's 10:38. Might be a good time for a break. We got one lay witness out there, and then we've got a phone extraction expert who's going to identify 2 photographs that we want, 2 videos that we want to play. Okay? But did you want to take a break first? Yeah, that's why I'm asking. I think it might be a decent time to do so. The other witnesses we got, so I'm thinking about calling that witness the lay witness, the extraction expert. And then maybe have to take an early lunch because Ms. Walker, who's the elderly person that didn't want to come, I've got her daughter, who's her primary caregiver, is the principal, and they're supposed to be here at 1 o'clock. Court says, okay. I'm okay with the video then, Mr. J says. Say it again. I'm okay with the video with her, if that's what you want to do. Mr. Owen, video okay? Mr. J, yeah. Court says, after taking the deposition, you're now reversing your objection to consent? Mr. Owens, I'm going to have her here by 1. So we've got somebody that's going to bring a wheelchair somewhere. Court says, well, if you're going to call her at 1 o'clock, I'll get with the deputies and we'll remove the chair from the box because there's an on-ramp for her to get in through the back.
All right, members of the jury, it is 10:40 at this time. We're going to go ahead and take that
Taking my time with my James Owens there. Give me time, Judge. Okay, so the court, after taking the deposition, you're now reversing your objection to consent, Mr. Owens. I'm going to have her here 1. So we've got somebody that's going to bring in a wheelchair somewhere. Well, if you're going to call her at 1 o'clock, I'll get with the deputies. We'll remove this chair from the box because there's an on-ramp for her to get in through the back. When I come up, the back door opens for a wheelchair to come in. Okay, that's targeted around 1 o'clock. Court says, all right, let's go ahead, take our break at this time.
morning break. Similar instruction I've given you over the last couple of days. I'm sure you're tired of hearing it, but I got to keep telling you. Please don't have any conversations among yourselves or anyone else about the persons, places, things, or charge involved in this case, and do not conduct any independent research on those things. We'll see.
Oh, Sarah. Smirking Sarah. You think
things or charge involved in this case, and do not conduct any independent.
She looking at Kevin like, good job, Kevin. Way to get Michael Brannon, expert witness. Got Marsha Thompson off. Gonna get me off.
Research on those.
Oh yeah, she's smug and happy.
Things. Well,
thank you. There was a thank you. I'm not a lip reader, but thank you's easy, right? You can see the. Go back a half second there. You guys can see that. 153.26. She thinks that went well.
Things or charge involved in this case, and do not conduct any independent research on those things. We'll see you back here in about 15 minutes at 5 till 11. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kevin. Oh my God, you did such a great job of showing how abused I was. Oh, great work, Kevin Beck. I would never claim that you were a bad attorney and put you on my shit list. Somebody mentions in the chat, who is it that said, Detective Wolbefit says she thinks she was winning. There used to be an expression. So if you think of a race around a track, like I don't know, 1,500 meter, 3,000 meter, something longer distance. Sarah's so far behind, she thinks she's winning the race. She's like been lapped several times, but just happens to be ahead of the pack of athletes. Look at me, I'm in the front.
Y'all may be seated. Thank you. All right, we'll be in recess for approximately 15 minutes. Thank you.
All right, we'll let them go to the great seal of the state of Florida before we zoom it ahead. I assume we'll be watching a little bit of video evidence then. We'll skip Jesse Weber, and you know what that reminds me of is not watching a Morgan & Morgan ad. There's Mr. Kranick's head. I think they've removed the chair, so Pearl Walker's able to come in at her time. She won't be the first one in, though. I think we're doing the videos first. Shelby Andrews in a lovely beige and black outfit, looking very smart.
We are back on the record. 2020 CF 2603, State of Florida versus Sarah Boone. State.
David Strong, half the state. Boone J for the state.
Defense.
James Owens for Sarah Boone.
Kelly Henderson for Sarah Boone.
Kevin Beck on behalf of Sarah Boone.
All right, Ms. Boone is still.
They sound exhausted. James Owens for Sarah Boone. Tony Henderson for Sarah Boone. Kevin Beck for Sarah Boone.
Seated at counsel's table? Yes, Mr. Owens.
Judge, we had several lay witnesses.
Hey, Greg, welcome. You've reached the part of the stream where the attorneys try and stall for time as their witnesses start showing up. We finished with Dr. Brannon, so maybe I'll even pull that little scroll off the bottom of the screen because anyone who arrives at this point won't be seeing him. That's that. There we go. If you're looking for information, you can go to Truth Finder, though. They get the ad that just keeps on giving as people keep restreaming this trial.
That were scheduled. Where's that list? We've excused Detective Scott Loewen based on the testimony of Detective Koepsell. We've excused Abraham Moreno, who was going to be recalled based on the testimony of Detective Koepsell.
I don't know how much of it you can hear, but I'm going to go ahead and reread it for people that have quieter phones. Basically, Owens is just speaking to the court. After everyone's identified themselves, Mr. Owens pipes up with, "Judge, we've had several lay witnesses that were scheduled. Where's the list? We've excused Detective Scott Loewen based on the testimony of Detective Koepsell. We've excused Abraham Moreno, who was going to be recalled based on the testimony of Detective Koepsell. You've heard from the two deputies. You've heard from Dr. Brannon. Maria Gallipoli, who's a young lady, that's outside. She was a witness as a neighbor in that complex, and she would testify about observing physical injuries to Sarah Boone. We've spoken with her over the break that, in our opinions collectively, Tony Henderson and myself, it's not necessary to call Miss Gallipoli because we have other evidence of injuries. There was disagreement about that, but I believe that Ms. Boone is now in agreement that we're not going to call Ms. Gallipoli. So I'm starting to do a Henderson voice for Owens. I got to, work on that. So that leaves now calling the Orange County's Sheriff's Department phone extraction expert. Miss Uadon? Yeah, back to the stand. We got 2 short videos. They're short videos relating to George Torres with a bat striking the TV. They're less than a minute apiece. The problem is that because we've excused so many witnesses, that's our last witness. We're going to be done here probably 11:15. But Miss Walker is supposed to be here at 1 o'clock. That's correct. Okay, all right. And then I haven't had a chance to meet with Dr. Harper. But I'm going to meet with her at lunch over the next hour, and I haven't had a chance to meet with Dr. Harper. Wow. I'm going to meet with her at lunch over the next hour. We anticipate Dr. Harper this afternoon, and then we may be really close to ending the defense's case. Okay, great. Thank you for letting me know that. But we're going to have a gap here, so early lunch or long lunch? Well, if you're saying that the presentation with Miss Uadon is going to be 15 minutes, I don't know what the cross is going to be, but it may be de minimis, or you may be saving her for rebuttal. I don't know. Mr. J, Mr. Cacciatore. Mr. J, I'm sorry. As it relates to Miss Uadon, the CSI tech, I'm not calling her. You're not calling her? I've already laid the predicate during the trial testimony, during our case in brief for the exhibit. I'm going to put it to rebuttal. Okay, awesome. Let's see how that does. Court picks up for a bit longer at that point.
You've heard from the 2 deputies, you've heard from Dr. Brannon. Maria Gallipoli is a young lady that's outside. She was a witness.
And I'm going to guess Maria Gallipoli may have been one of those people you see fleetingly in one of the videos. It's like hanging out with Sarah and then scatters when the police show up. Like there's 2 of them that just go running. Maybe they were sharing a cigarette with her, consoling her outside while she cried her tale of wolf.
As a neighbor in that complex, and she would testify about observing physical injuries to opinions collectively, Tony Henderson and myself, that it's not necessary to call Ms. Gallipoli because we have other evidence of injury.
So again, I think this is one where Owens almost wanted to get it on the record that, yeah, there was a slight dispute. This is someone that Sarah wanted us to bring up. Maybe he exerted his attorney authority and is like, this terrible witness, Sarah. You put her up here, she's going to get shredded. She doesn't, but who knows? Trying to find places to give him credit.
There was disagreement about that, but I believe that Ms. Boone is now in agreement that we're not going to call Ms. Gallipoli. So that leaves now calling the Orange County Sheriff's Department phone extraction expert.
Ms. Uadon.
Yes, back to the stand, and we've got 2 short videos. These are the short videos relating to George Torres with a bat and then striking the TV. They're less than a minute apiece. The problem with that is because we've excused so many witnesses, that's our last witness. So we're going to be done here in probably 11:15, and then...
But Ms. Walker is supposed to be here at 1 o'clock?
That's correct.
Okay, all right.
And then I haven't had a chance to meet with Dr. Harper, but I'm going to meet with her at lunch over next door. And we anticipate Dr. Harper this afternoon. And then we may be really close to ending the defense's case.
Okay, great. Thank you for letting me know that.
We're going to have a gap here.
Okay, so
early lunch,
long lunch. That may, well, if you're saying that your presentation with Ms. Uadon is 15 minutes, I don't know what the cross is going to be. It may be de minimis, or you may be saving her for rebuttal. I don't know. Mr. J or Mr. Cacciatore?
I'm sorry.
As it relates to Ms. Uadon, CSI Tech, you're not calling her in rebuttal?
She already did the predicate during her trial testimony during our case in chief with the exhibit. I'm going to put her in rebuttal.
Okay, awesome. So what we can do is we can proceed with Ms. Uadon, and we could just take an early lunch and ask them to be back here maybe 12:50. So that way, if we have any issues, we can address them before we start at 1 o'clock. Ms. Boone, you were sworn this morning. I just got a couple of things to go over with you. There was a list of witnesses that was provided.
And here's the evidence for that speculation that this is to be on the record to make sure she's on board. There's going to be some extra questions besides, are you happy with your team? And basically, are you happy with the witnesses that are being called in your case?
To the court last night and again this morning as potential witnesses that may be called in your defense.
And further to this, at the very beginning of the stream, they talked about, Your Honor, did you get the email last night about the witnesses? Yes, and the one from this morning. And that's all they said about it at that time. I bet that's where that would have been communicated, where James is like, Your Honor, I'm doing the best I can. I'm doing the best I can. She's fucking nuts. You got to help me out here. You got to put it on the record that I don't want to ask these questions. I'm not telling you what she's going to say. I'm just saying I don't want to do it. Can you ask her? Can you put it on the record that she's okay with it? She's going to destroy my practice, Your Honor.
One of those witnesses was Maria Gallipoli. Your lawyers have advised that they may not be calling that person as a witness in this case. Do you understand that?
I do.
And again, similar to other conversations we've had, I don't want to go into any specifics of any conversations that you've had with any of your lawyers, just whether or not you've had them. Have you had conversations with your lawyers about calling Miss Gallipoli as a witness?
Yes.
Have you?
I'm going to interrupt this because Greg Ad says in the chat, I don't know why I can't get enough of Crazy Sarah. My coworkers think I'm crazy. What do you think my family thinks of me? They were already questioning my sanity when I was following the case a year and a half after it was over. They were questioning a year and a half before it went to trial. But then, I'm going to start up a YouTube channel based off that case that's already a year and a half old. What the fuck is wrong with you? I'm sure there's some new stuff you can cover. New stuff. I like to do the classics.
had conversations with your attorneys about why they are deciding not to call her as a witness.
Yes.
And similar to what we discussed yesterday, do you understand that your attorneys make the trial strategy decisions, including what witnesses to call or not to call?
Yes.
Okay.
She knows the answers to these questions, and this is where Sarah is such a terrible straight A student. Maybe in high school, where rote repetition and knowing what the answer is, she might have done well on a series of tests where, it was just expected to repeat. These are the answers. Remember what they are. You'll be asked them tomorrow. She goes through these knowing that yes is the right answer and answers them, yes, absolutely. Yes, yes. And what she really should be doing is like, hold on, why are you asking me this? Like, even Daryl Brooks would be like, hey, I hear the tone of your voice. The way you say defendant. Yeah, I know what you're doing. I feel like you're trying to feed me. But no, Sarah thinks that this is a chance to show the world, how smart she is and how quickly she can answer questions.
Are you still satisfied with their representation of you in this matter?
Yes.
And are you still on board with the strategy that has been employed in your defense?
Yes.
Are you in agreement with the strategy not to call Ms. Gallipoli as a witness in this case?
I am.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, ma'am. Then let's go ahead and bring our jury back in, and we can call Ms. Uadon and go from there. All right.
Get ready for the baseball bat video.
All right. Thank you very much. Let's go ahead and stand and bring back in our panel.
This, I think, is where, I'm not sure, but if you've seen the trailer for this video, there is a point where Judge Cranick asks asks the jury, raise your hand if you've been able to comply with my instructions. And one juror, it's a male juror, he's fourth from the back in the second row. He has his hand up before Judge Cranick has asked the question. And I think that is fantastic foreshadowing that he may be who we know as Juror 3. Yes.
Mr. Owens, how do you spell Gallipoli?
Court reporter just asked Mr. Owens, how do you spell Gallipoli? And it's Gallipoli.
What I have, Gallipoli.
Oh, never mind the double L's.
Oh, it's 2 L's.
Oh, it is 2 L's. I was reading it off the transcript. I don't know it that well. Owens' team all enjoying smiles and giggles over. Yeah, okay, Miss Gallipoli. Whew, dodged one there. A lot of chit-chat, a lot of table conversation. Long wait for the jury here.
All rise, jury.
There you go.
State, do you recognize our jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense, do you recognize our jury?
Yes.
I think you all can be seated. Members of the jury, once seated again, if you could confirm that you complied with the court's instructions during our break by raising your hands. Record reflect all hands have been raised. Defense?
So it might be the next one then. It might be before Pearl Walker comes in. And Pearl Walker will be the last witness that we watch today. I'm not going to let Dr. Julie Harper spoil our flow. She could be the first one that we get the taste out of our mouths by the end of the broadcast. She'll be the first. She'll be the bitter little pill we swallow to start next week's broadcast. But today we're going to end on the lovely Pearl Walker. What a lovely woman. She'll be the last last testimony we watch. We may stick around and enjoy each other's company a little bit towards the end of the stream, but it's going to be a shorter one than usual. They all can't be 10-hour streams.
You may call your next witness.
Judge, we would call forensic phone extraction officer with the Orange County Sheriff's Department, Officer Uadon.
Officer Uadon. Like, I understand it's not an easy name to pronounce. I think I'm even pronouncing it wrong when I'm saying Wudan. It might be Uadon. In any case, when you hear the person say it, that should be the little trigger in your head to go, oh, okay, this isn't the first time she's been up in the trial. And I'm giving Owens a hard time on Uadon. Henderson got Rough Garden's name wrong, asking Detective Chelsey Koepsell. And the CSI expert, that was Miss Ralphin Garden. You can help me with that? Or Rough Garden? Rough Garden.
To the stand.
Thank you. We'll bring her in.
Kelly, if you're looking for the police interview with Pearl Walker, I'm not sure that it's there, but Paul Clank NYC is a regular viewer of the channel and hosts clips that were contemporaneous to the news at the time of Sarah's arrest. So you can find some short clips. I know there's a clip with an Eli Walker. So in any case, that might be a source to look for that interview. Caricatures was really good, but a lot of her videos are bundled up into like more marathons now, so you kind of have to dive in. You can use the ask function, that little ask function that's near the share button. Say, hey, I'm looking for, when does the interview with Eli start or whatever, or the interview with Miss Walker. And sometimes the AI is able to pick it out of the transcript for you.
Good morning, ma'am. Could you state and spell your name for the record for us?
First name is Janella, Junella. Last name Uadon, UA, D as in Delta, AN.
Okay, I'm staying corrected. Mea culpa.
Again, your official.
Uadon. That's, I think, exactly how they said it. Damn. I'm trying to be all bougie with Uadon. Uadon. Okay, yeah, I got it wrong. You'd think after watching, it's not the first time she's been up there, Dan D. Jeez. Get it together, man. What kind of broadcast is this?
Title?
Digital Forensics Examiner.
And are you referred to as a detective, or what is your...
Just an examiner.
Ma'am, Judge, can I approach the
Can I approach the bench? You haven't done anything wrong, Owens.
Ma'am, I'm going to show you what's been marked.
You're going to let him introduce the evidence? I'll be right back.
Exhibit 8A. And you recognize that video, or that CD of the video?
Yes.
Well, I think we kind of prepped you on it ahead of time. That was extracted from the Sarah Boone phone that you were asked to extract?
Yes, one of the media files, yes.
Okay, and is that video a fair and accurate depiction of one of the videos that was extracted from Sarah Boone's phone?
Yes.
And then identification Z, defense identification, same type of question. You've had a chance to review that video, and is that one of the videos that was extracted from the Sarah Boone phone?
Yes.
Judge, this time I'd like to have these introduced into evidence.
Any objections?
No objection.
All right, what was pre-marked as AA will be received into evidence without objection as defendant 17. What was pre-marked as Z will be received into evidence without objection as defendants 18.
Judge, we're going to play Exhibit 17 first.
You may proceed.
And is there a volume? Judge, do you have control of the volume?
Volume is on.
You're gonna help me take this shit out. Real shit. You're gonna help me take it out. You're gonna help me take this shit out.
Oh, made it just in time. Yeah, actually, what I'm going to do is I'll rewind it and we'll set up one more of those ad breaks. If, see, 220. So we'll go back to 218. If you're on premium, you're going to watch it again. If you're not on premium, you're not missing anything when the ad starts. So when it comes back, you can just come back to live. Live streaming, ad break, engaged. All right, and now let's let it play.
On it ahead of time, that was extracted from
Jello.
the Sarah Boone phone that you were asked to extract.
Yes, one of the media files, yes.
Okay, and is that video a fair and accurate depiction of one of the videos that was extracted from Sarah Boone's phone?
Yes.
And then identification Z, defense identification, same type of question. You've had a chance to review that video, and is that one of the videos that was extracted from the Sarah Boone phone?
Yes.
Judge, this time I'd like to have these introduced in evidence.
Any objections?
No objection.
All right, what was pre-marked as AA will be received into evidence without objection as defendant 17. What was pre-marked as Z will be received into evidence without objection as defendants 18.
Yana, do you have control of the volume? Volume is on.
Judge, we're going to play Exhibit 17 first.
You may proceed.
And is there a volume? Judge, do you have control of the volume?
Volume is on.
Oh, so I rewound it just before it started.
You're gonna help me take this shit out. Real shit. You're gonna help me take it out.
So now the first thing we have to notice is TV's already broken. Pause for
You're gonna help me take.
You know what Oregon makes me think of? Morgan and Morrigan. Yeah, that's a pretty tough rhyme there, Super Kelly. So George says, you're going to help me take this out, which popular interpretation is you're going to help me take out this TV. It's one thing you're going to make me do the smashing, but I'm not going to just take it out after it's smashed. You're going to help me with it. Not a typical conversation that an abuser would have when destroying another person's possessions. Sounds more like a negotiation between two drunk people who thought it'd be fun to smash a TV in the house.
This shit out.
This is the key part, though. There's one hit with a bat, kind of central, top of the TV. There's a second hit over in the top. It would be, you know, the left-hand corner facing the TV. That looks like it's a different hit than a baseball bat. That looks like it's a remote hit. Like if you had a Wii at the time, the Wii was very popular to play bowling games and you would just kind of lose it. But also if you were drunk and you were just swinging things around and throwing shit at people because you were, notorious for being Drunky the Bear at your complex, maybe you damage a TV like that. But I think that's the real key thing in this particular video is to notice already broken. This is not, I'm going to break your TV. This is, let me get a video of it. This is going to be perfect for my little documentation file, whether George knows what the documentation file is at this point or not.
Real shit. You're gonna
And that's some real shit.
help me take it out. You're gonna help me take this shit out. As bad as I want to.
And then the still image. Like, if that's as threatening as you can make George look, he's not a threatening guy. Like, that's, a Stanley Kubrick angle, like the bat poking directly into the lens. You're looking down the barrel of the bat. That's if it's not a screenshot, it's a posed picture. It's not, in the heat of the moment. I was scared for my life and I took this picture to document it.
Judge, I'm asking to publish Exhibit 18.
You may proceed.
So her only purpose of being here is really that she authenticated the suitcase video as the phone extraction expert. And probably at the very end, Sarah realized that, we can just call her to testify to all the exhibits that are on my phone. She wanted the phone turned on so that she could actually use the apps and the software, but and we're going to go back a little bit on this video too, because I think the key thing to look at is the floor. Go here. And I might have to do a little creative editing to allow you guys to see the bottom. The Truth Finder bar takes up a lot of space. Did I go too far back?
Judge, I'm asking to publish Exhibit 18.
You may proceed.
Okay, not too far. Luther Rose asked an interesting question. Has anyone wondered if George preferred George because Sarah preferred George? It bears asking, but I think the evidence that that George is because George's family also seemed to use George, and I don't think they would have done that at Sarah's behest. So I think he just went by George. I think anyway. But he also seems so easygoing. Like when the cop was like, Jorge, yeah, Jorge, fine, whatever. So you can kind of see underneath, and I've just zoomed up here, so maybe I'll see what you guys can see. So yeah, look underneath the Chiron. You can kind of see, I don't know, it looks like blue. It wasn't there before. Might be to catch flying shards of glass and whatnot. Glass and plastic. Also, you can see that George is physically exhausted just from a couple of swings. Like, doesn't, for the, despite the fact they were the same size, Your Honor, if they fought, George would win 100 out of 100 times. Okay, I correct myself. There is no damage to the top left. That was dumbass Sarah. She's recording with her flash on. She's got her video. But yeah, either she's reflecting sunlight onto the TV with the glass from her phone, the iPhone glass. But yeah, there is no damage to the top corner. It was just that first single one at the top, very top of the screen. The other one was probably just a photographic anomaly. I love the live, laugh, love stuff too, like laugh over the doorway. We both were laughing. A to B, you're looking at the same kind of details I look at. Yes. Little laugh. It's like she, no, we don't live, we don't love. We just laugh here. Ha 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 ha. Laughing all the way. Ha ha ha. Great point from Kelia. For people who own blind and deaf pets. Blind and deaf pets. There we go. Sue's What is right on board with me. For people who own blind and deaf pets, what kind of fucking stupid bullshit is this? You're going to go office space on a piece of electronics, go out to a field. And even that's bullshit, because they were out in this grassy field. There's probably kids playing soccer there and shit. They're going to be skinning up their knees from little bits of electronics. So that wasn't really, well thought out either. But yeah, this is stupid.
Say again, sir.
You spoke about it earlier.
Yes, understood.
Okay, I didn't understand it. What did he say? We spoke about an early lunch. Say it again, sir. We spoke about an early lunch. Yes, understood. That's what that was. Owens is like, it's not my place to ask for an early lunch, but we did speak about one. And thank you, Vel73, who reminds us that there's previous damage to the TV that's noted in body cam footage. There's police officers who note it, and they're like, oh yeah, happened when we were moving in.
You spoke about it earlier.
Say again, sir.
You spoke about it earlier.
Yes, understood.
We spoke about an early lunch. Say again, sir. We spoke about an early lunch.
They're tendering, no cross.
All right, thank you very much.
If they're tendering, no cross.
This witness can't be released, correct?
Yes.
State.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. All right, can the parties approach momentarily, please?
Sidebar. And go ahead and proceed with the lunch break at this point in time, as we discussed. Owens nods head. Court. All right. Thank you very much.
Members of our jury, at this point in time, it's 11:08. I know it's a little bit early, but due to the pacing and how quickly we've been moving through the evidence this morning, and how the defense has teed up their witnesses for this afternoon, we do not have anyone until 1 o'clock. So at this time, we're going to go ahead and take our lunch break at this time. I'm going to give you a similar instruction that I've given you over the last couple of days. Jurors, you must not conduct any investigation on your own. This includes reading newspapers, watching television, or using a computer, cell phone, the internet, any electronic device, or any other means at all to get information related to this case or the people and places involved in this case. This applies whether you are in the courthouse, at home, or anywhere else. You must not visit places mentioned in the trial or use the internet to look at maps or pictures to see any place discussed during the trial. Jurors do not watch local news or read local newspapers. Jurors must not have discussions of any sort with friends, family members, or even your fellow jurors about the case or the people and places involved. So do not let anyone make comments to you or ask questions about the trial. I want to stress again that just as you must not talk about this case face-to-face, you must not talk about this case by using an electronic device. You must not use phones, computers, or other electronic devices to communicate. Do not send or accept any messages related to this case or your jury service. Do not discuss this case or ask for advice by any means at all, including posting information on an internet website, chat room, or blog. With that, members of the jury, I'm going to ask you to return here to 12 Alpha at 12:50, and we'll pick up shortly thereafter. Thank you so much for your service.
All right, so we're set for another ad break. Big thank you to LCB and Shallow Pockets, who bought gift memberships for other people as part of the Dandy True Crime family. Welcome to the Fine and Dandies, everyone who is gifted a membership. We're going to skip ahead. We don't have to wait through this, but I will figure out the ad break. There it is.
Y'all may be. Thank you. State, anything we need to address?
Nothing. Thank you.
Defense? No, sir. All right, we'll see you all at 12:50. Thank you very much. Court's in recess.
All right, court is in recess. That means the floor is mine. We have one more witness today. Let me just look at where we are for time. We're doing very well with the. I wish they got Scott Loewen to testify. Mr. J seems so close to getting him on it, and I don't know how. Like, oh, we got what we need from Koepsell. It's like, yeah, we bring in Loewen, we're just going to dig ourselves in deeper and deeper. There's no need to open that can of worms. But they almost had to go to it just to stall, so that they could get to their. And oh, poor Pro Walker. Let's all like. I hope she's still with us. Quite a journey to come here, show up in court for the questions that she's going to be asked. Like, they do nothing. Like, she would have been better if they brought her in as a character witness at the end, like somebody that she knew from before she was a criminal. But to have her come out and like testify, oh yeah, no, I heard them hollering. And you live 5 doors down, right, ma'am? What? You live 5 doors down, right, ma'am? Pardon me? You live 5 doors down, right, ma'am? Like, lovely woman, but it's tough to have her testifying on, I heard them going at it when she's too far away to have heard them going at it. Like, but yeah, I think she would have made a better sentencing witness. Of course, Sarah never thought she was going to be guilty, so why save her as for a sentencing witness? It may have even been part of the, we're not going to go with the Gallipoli woman, Sarah. We'll do Walker. We'll bring in Miss Walker. What do you want us to ask? We'll ask her about your dogs. We'll make sure we ask a question about the dogs. Don't worry. Anyway, we're going to skip ahead. We don't have to wait for this. So let me just, I think the ad break is over. Welcome back if you were served an ad. If you're seeing ads, who's advertising on my channel? What are you getting ads for? Is it makeup? Is it alcohol? Is it for... I have turned off 3 ad categories. You shouldn't get political ads. I think it's politics.
Hey, everybody. Thank you
Maybe
so much
do.
for watching our Sarah Boone trial coverage. Now, guess what? This isn't Sarah Boone's first time interacting with the court system. In fact,
she hired Morgan & Morgan. We're not doing that. Nice try, Jesse. Totally threw me off there, jumping in on my show there, Jesse Weber. I never asked for that. Nobody asked for this. That's a good question. Elizabeth asks, did Judge Cranick sound like he was less than impressed with that video? He seems to be, he's subtle, right? You're not going to just see it as open as Mr. J, but you can just see a certain level of disdain in Judge Cranick. Not nothing appealable, but just, we're not having delays. Call your next witness. Call your next witness. Let's go. Come on. We've got a job to do. We're doing it. Yeah, I thought I skipped ahead to when things started. Why is there a spike in play here? There's a spike in the bar that shows that people are coming back to this. Did somebody's head pop up? Why are people watching this? Maybe because it said court was on lunch until such and such time and they came back late. I'm betting there was problems with Miss Walker. They're probably not coming back until a little after 1 o'clock. Let's see when people actually come in. They're significantly later. They're about 15 minutes after the time they said they'd be back.
All right, we're back on the record. Case number 2020 CF 2603, State of Florida versus Sarah Boone. Let me get appearances for the state.
Chief Justice Jorge on behalf of the state. William J. for the state.
Defense.
James Owens for Sarah Boone.
Tony Henderson, Sarah Boone. Kevin Becker, behalf of Sarah Boone.
All right. Ms. Boone is seated at counsel's table wearing the same dark gray suit and maroon blouse from this morning. She is in custody. However, there are no restraints as she will be standing as with the rest of us when our jury enters and exits. It's 12:57. State, anything we need to address?
No, sir.
Defense.
Judge, I've got something. Can we approach the bench?
Yes.
Judge, I got something. All right, let me catch up. Yes, sir. Judge, we're ahead of schedule. Okay. We intend to call Pearl Walker. She's the elderly she's the elderly lady out there. She's disabled. I think we got her accommodated, but next we're going to call Dr. Julie Harper. I'm asking for a little more time because she just got in after midnight, and of course, she was working on some kind of a death penalty case in Bay County. She's reading over her transcript as we speak. I was talking to her, but I had to get back over here. I'm asking for her testimony to be about 2:30. Maybe take a break in there and give her a minute. She wasn't scheduled to testify until Thursday, until the morning, I recall. I've spoken with the state's attorney. They said they're going to have Dr. Werner, their rebuttal expert, here tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Okay? So that's going to be their last witness. I would think the charging conference after that, and then we'd start closing arguments Thursday afternoon, 1 o'clock. The jury will get the case. Well, if we've got an hour break, I'm on board with starting the charging conference this afternoon. I want to receive from the defense what they want in the 3.6F, self-defense instruction. I mean, the instruction is long. I think Tony Henderson will probably be handling the charging conference. And I'll be speaking with Dr. Harper during that time, okay? In preparation for her direct examination. State, what say you? Judge, it's not my fault they're not prepared to have their witness testify. We shouldn't be making the jury wait. So my first preference is she needs to testify. I had to go talk to Dr. Werner on the phone over lunch to get the prep done for tomorrow morning. They said she came in at midnight. I don't know why this preparation wasn't done before. The deposition was taken on October 1st. I outlined the deposition. I created my cross-examination nearly 2 weeks ago. I don't know why we're delaying this jury. Okay, anything else, Mr. Owens? Just, we're way ahead of schedule. She was scheduled for Thursday morning. Tomorrow morning. I'm asking for an hour. I'm asking for 2:30 for her to be called. So taking a short break after Ms. Walker? Ms. Walker's not going to be taking that long. She'll probably be done. How long do you anticipate Ms. Walker's testimony? With direct and cross, less than a half hour, Mr. Beck says. All right, anything else, Mr. J? Judge, if you're going to grant my request to make us press forward, if you're not going to grant my request to make us press forward, then my suggestion is we need to use that time to go ahead and let me start putting on the rebuttal evidence out of order, and we can do the charge conference tomorrow. I'm not prepared to get into a 3.6 today. I was going to be doing that tonight with our proposal. The proposal will be an underlined strike through, will be a strike through proposed strikes. I was hoping to do the 3.6 tonight. Okay. What do you mean by a strike? Strike through paragraphs, you mean? Right. What state does not want from their side of the ledger? Yeah, that are relevant. Okay. And Judge, we got to discuss an issue about a special jury instruction on battered spouse syndrome. That's going to be an issue as well. So here's what we're going to do. With regard to jury instructions, it doesn't sound like the state's ready to address that today. And we haven't had any. I've been taking notes and red lines on this jury instructions, removing things that are obviously not germane, like defendant not testifying, interlineating 2.7, the closing instruction, because I want to give that before I give the final verdict instruction. So I can send you what I've put together from a red line perspective, and then have Anita send that to y'all this afternoon. I need to know from your side of the ledger, defense, what do you want included in your 3.6F instruction? Self-defense is yours. I want to hear from the defense as to, Tony Henderson's working on that. So, Mr. Henderson, tomorrow, sir, we'll have the charging conference? Yes. I would like you to prepare what it is out of the 3.6F instruction you want. The state will similarly send me what they want, and we can address that tomorrow during the charging conference. I'm just going to see, I don't have the transcript up. Sorry, guys. There we go. Boom. Transcript. And I'm back. As I advised Mr. Owens, I've been taking notes, have a red line of jury instructions that the state's provided, excising and removing things that are not germane based on the evidence and testimony so far. I will send those to y'all this evening. With regard to this afternoon, I understand y'all have been working very hard. It's clear that both of y'all are pretty well prepared. I understand that we were not anticipating Dr. Harper testifying until tomorrow. However, she did arrive at approximately 12:05 midnight this morning and is here. I'm inclined to move forward and not waste the jury's time because no one is prepared, by no fault of anyone, to address the jury instructions this afternoon at approximately 1:30 after Pearl, whose last name is escaping me, is going to be testifying, Pearl Walker. Can we take a short break after Pearl Walker testifies? Can we get a 15-minute break for the jury? You go out and for me to get my client, my witness over there. I think it's as simple as a phone call and say, we're ready for you, be here for 1:30, so I'm intending on pressing forward. Can I take a minute to go outside and call her? Yeah, that's fine. Just tell her to be here at 1:30. Okay. Can you give me a few minutes? Yeah, this should not take a substantial amount of time, Mr. Owens. It's a phone call of, I need you here at 1:30. Okay? All right. I'm going to have a deputy move the chair out because I understand Ms. Walker is in a wheelchair. Mr. Lane, he's the one handling that. Understood. We have a witness in a wheelchair who's going to be in the box. Can we move that chair out, sir? Thank you. Is she in a wheelchair? Yes, sir. Okay. We're taking care of that. So we're moving the chair out of the box and we'll wheel her over in the back. So she's going to come in the front? She'll come in the front.
Thank you all very much. Mr. Owens, if you could see to calling Dr. Harper at this time.
I'm almost caught up. She'll come in the front. She'll come up the gangplank where I come in. There's a door on the back that will open and we'll put her in the box. Would you like me to push her in? Mr. Lane says. Is she mobile herself? No, she's going to need some help, says Mr. Lane. Then yeah, Mr. Owens. Either her daughter. The court. Deputy, can you assist? It's not self-propelled. We'll have the deputy do it, Mr. Lane. Mr. Lane says, okay. Court, okay, all right, thank you.
Time to advise her to be here at 1:30 for her testimony.
Yes, sir.
1 second, sir. Thank you.
Judge, you want the jury in first? Just 1 second, sir. I'm waiting for Mr. Owens to return. So now we're all waiting for Mr. Owens to call Pearl Walker on the phone. Hey, it's James Sullivan Owens, just calling to let you know to be here at 1:30. James who? James Sullivan Owens, just here calling, tell you. James Sullivan, be here at 1:30 if you... Oh, Mr. Henderson, with the judge, may we approach for a minute without Mr. Owens?
Thank you, sir.
Yes, Your Honor. Sure. Mr. Owens, can we approach the... Well, this is interesting. I guess this happens when they come in, but...
Judge, may we approach a minute?
Without Mr. Owens?
Yes, sir.
Sure.
Mr. Owens, can we approach the bench? I don't know how he got there. The court. Yes, sir. Mr. Henderson asked. At the bench. Court. Hang on. We'll wait for the rest of your team. Mr. Owens. I just called... Can I do this first? Yes, sir. I just called Dr. Harper. She didn't answer the phone. But sometimes I communicate with her by text. I'm just going to text her. I don't know. They made her last night. The hotel room. The Hilton. It's split into 2 different types of rooms, like a home-to-home and then the Hilton. They put her in the more expensive one. JAC doesn't cover that, so she had to move this morning to the other one. So I don't know what her status is, but I'm going to text her. Just text her and tell her to be here at 1:30. Mr. Henderson, yes, sir? Yes, Judge. I know you stated 3.6F, but I'm also going to be sending 3.6G.
All right, as we've discussed, we're not going to be having the charging conference regarding...
I'm also going to be sending a 3.6G, non-deadly, because I think under certain circumstances they both have to be read. Whatever instruction you want, please send. Okay, thank you.
The jury instructions at this time. That will be conducted tomorrow. I've requested the defense to provide any instructions that they are seeking to be provided to the court and to the state in Word format tomorrow, including but not limited to 3.6F or 3.6G and any portions thereof that the defense is seeking to utilize for the purposes of jury instructions. The court throughout the trial has been redlining the jury instructions that were provided initially by the state. At the end of the evidence and testimony presentation this afternoon, the court will email those to all parties. Once Mr. Owens comes back in from making advising witnesses of when to be here, we will bring in our jury and proceed with the evidence presentation this afternoon. State, anything else we need to address? Defense, anything else we need to address?
No, you are.
All right, very good. As soon as Mr. Owens enters, we'll bring in our jury. The deputies will assist Ms. Walker in the wheelchair into the jury box.
I don't know if this next bit is off the record. Judge, I've called her 3 times and I did text her. I don't know if she's in the process of switching rooms. No worries. We'll cross that bridge at 1:30 if she's not here.
3 times I did text her. I don't know if she's in the process of switching rooms.
No worries. We'll cross that bridge at 1:30 if she's not here, sir. Okay.
All right.
Let's go ahead and stand and bring in our jury.
Here we go. Here's the trailer. Love the unflattering zoom on Sarah's hair, too. Cameraman knows what he's doing. Straight A student. State, you recognize our jury.
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense, do you recognize our jury?
Condolences to Hairball Yarn, who's dealing with a loss right now.
Yes.
All right, everyone can be seated. Thank you. Members of the jury, again, welcome back. I hope.
Somebody points out in chat that the Glam Squad it's Super Kelly G says the Glam Squad have given up at this point. Today looks like the day the Glam Squad put all the effort into themselves and none into Sarah. They're like, fuck this. Every hour I put into trying to get Sarah to look good in the 5 minutes, I could spend 1 minute on myself and just come in that courtroom looking smashing. When I'm thinking about like them having 5 minutes to get Sarah ready between her being brought up and court being in session, if anyone's seen The Simpsons, there was a episode where Homer thought he was an inventor and came up with a makeup gun, and it's basically a shotgun that's like full of makeup, and he was blasting Marge. Oh, you got the shotgun set to whore. Oh, sorry, Marge. Turns it down. It's, to his credit, he got the makeup all in the right spot, but it was a little overboard.
You enjoyed your lunch. I see juror number 4 from the 5th from the right to left, second row. His hand's already out. He knows what's coming.
There we go. There we go. That's the trailer. I'm sorry I stepped all over it with my Homer Simpson story, so we'll pop back a little bit. But this, I think, is Juror 3 outing himself. We didn't know who Juror 3 was at this point of the trial. We didn't know how significant this moment is, but 100% this is Juror number 3, who has heard this question from Judge Kranick enough times to know what the answer is before it's been completely asked. Just like, is this your true and correct? Yes! Verdict.
Defense, do you recognize our jury?
Yes.
All right, everyone can be seated. Thank you. Members of the jury, again, welcome back. I hope you enjoyed your lunch. I see juror number 4 from the 5th from the right to left, second row.
This is also funny. I'm stepping on it again. It's a shared moment where everybody in the courtroom has a little laugh over it. Right now, they're all just acknowledging that somebody has his arm up beforehand, taking in the information. Watch how quickly it turns to, little smile on Sarah's face. Dave Cacciatore has a little bit of a smile. Kevin Beck, he's just here for the show. He enjoys it fully.
Hand's already out. He knows what's coming.
Big smile from Kevin Beck. Dave Cacciatore, I love that guy. Even James Owens stopping his paper shuffling. Oh, okay. We have an assertive juror over here. Sarah's just acknowledging him now. Tony Henderson's a little late to the party.
Can just raise those hands, confirm you complied to the court's instructions.
Smile from Sarah. Mr. J, Mr. Cacciatore, still smiling. Kevin Beck just loving it. Hasn't seen anything this funny since Liar Liar with Jim Carrey.
Record reflect all hands have been raised. All right, members of the jury.
And we'll just go back and let that happen in real time without my commentary. The longer these streams are, the harder it is to scrub back just a few seconds. We'll go from here.
Defense, do you recognize our jury?
Yes.
All right, everyone can be seated. Thank you.
Oh, Kelp, just so you know, Juror 3, and the reason Juror 3 lives in the legend of Sarah Boone lore, is at the end of every trial, it's typical, one of the questions is, do you want us to poll the jury? And it basically is an opportunity for the defense, if they've been found guilty, to make sure nobody on the jury has been coerced into a verdict because people want to go home. So by polling the jury, you're asking, juror number 1, is this your true and correct verdict? Yes. Nobody forced, no. It's those types of questions. Usually it's just one. So in this trial at the end, and the jury took, was it 43 minutes? Or was it like dinner in 43 minutes? Whatever it was, they took absolutely no time at all to come back. So polling the jury is a little bit of a, you do it because you don't want to be accused of, why didn't you even ask? But you're not expecting much. Maybe if it was a 15-day trial, you'd expect one person to say, I really don't think she's guilty. I just did it because the others were hassling me. But in a deliberation that takes, less time than the dinner took before it, it's tough. Anyway, Juror 3. Juror 3, is this your true and correct? Yes. Verdict. And everyone had a laugh. Sarah even jumped a little bit at how quickly he answered. I think this moment here where he's answering the question, also because we know that the final jury had 5 women on it and 1 man. We don't know about the alternates, but Judge Cranick says, I noticed 1 juror. He already has his hand up. So I'm doing my logic problem eliminations, and I'm calling it. This is juror 3.
Members of the jury, again, welcome back. I hope you enjoyed your lunch. I see juror number 4 from the 5th from the right to left, second row. His hand's already out. He knows what's coming. If you can, just raise those hands. Confirm you complied to the court's instructions. Record reflect all hands have been raised. All right, members of the jury, the defense is going to continue with their evidence and testimony presentation this afternoon. Thank you. Mr. Owens, you may call your next witness, sir.
Your Honor, the defense calls Ms. Pearl Walker.
Ms. Pearl Walker. Oh, she's so lovely. And she's just trying to help out her neighbor. She doesn't know. Lovely Miss Pearl Walker. Here we go. Oh, Billy Lane ended up... Okay, that's where he has to pass it over to the deputy. Take the transcript for a second. Temporal loading in.
I'm approach the witness, Your Honor, just in case.
I think the deputy's got it.
Got it, okay.
And if you heard the whispering there, it was Tony Henderson first. Is it Tony Henderson? May I approach the witness? I think the deputy's going to handle that. We didn't miss anything consequential there in the side chatter. I'll bring up the transcript again.
Ms. Walker? Ms. Walker? Can you raise your right hand to be sworn, please? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you should give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Ma'am, good afternoon. Could you state and spell your name for the record for us?
What did you say?
Can you...
Oh, tough start, right? Welcome to the chat. Catch me if you can. You got here just in time for our last witness of today. Beth of a Salesman, welcome as well. This is Pearl Walker, who lived in number 8. Sarah lived in number 3. So Pearl Walker is testifying on behalf of Sarah Boone. More of a character witness than anything, but yeah, right off the bat, Judge Cranick is not the most difficult man to hear. She's got difficulty hearing him. She's going to have a tough time with Beck or Henderson, that's for sure.
Date and spell your name for the record
Pearl
for
Walker.
us.
Pearl Walker, Walker.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Mr. Beck, you may proceed.
Good afternoon, Ms. Walker. Ms. Walker, do you know the defendant, Sarah Boone?
You can see. Yes.
Okay, how do you know her, ma'am? How do you know Ms. Boone? If you can't hear me, just ask me to repeat myself. And I'll do so.
Okay.
How do you know Ms. Boone?
She lived in the same apartment building that I lived in.
And can you tell us how long the two of you shared the same apartment complex, apartment buildings?
About 4 years.
And how is it that you became familiar with Ms. Boone?
My husband and I was sitting out on the porch, and we see her coming with her 2 dogs.
What happened then?
Then I would call her over with, with her dogs.
And what do you mean by call her over?
When I see her walking with
Sarah.
a dog, and I see her and I look at her, and I say, "Hey, Sarah, how you doing?" And that's it.
And would she generally respond to you?
Yes.
And how? Look, I won't go there.
I won't go there.
Would you spend time with Ms. Boone?
Did I spend time?
Would you spend time speaking with Ms. Boone?
Yes.
How long would you speak with her?
About 15 or 20 minutes. That's all.
And was your husband sometimes involved in those conversations as well?
He just say hi.
So you and Ms. Boone were the two primary communicators?
Yes, sir.
Okay. In the time that you knew Ms. Boone, did you witness anything about her person or her body that gave you cause for concern?
Sometimes I would see it like she had been choked around her neck or her arm be hurt. Have a mark on her arm. And I just asked her.
And would she describe how that happened?
She just say, I had a...
Hang on. The objection is sustained.
When you would ask her that, how did she appear to you to respond emotionally to your questions about her injuries?
She just say, one of them days or something.
One of them days.
Just for the record, instead of telling us what she would say, would she demonstrate any emotion on her face?
Well, I would see the emotion that she was upset about something.
And did you ask about her obvious upset persona? Her upset, the fact that she was upset? Would you ask her about that?
Yeah. Well,
okay. You have to just limit your answer to the question. Would you ask her about that issue, about why she was upset?
Yeah.
Okay. And I'm sorry, I just can't go beyond that. Thank you. Now, how frequently would that occur?
Poor Pearl's like, why am I even here then? Like,
I would say on the weekends when I see her.
Was that primarily when you saw her on the weekends?
this, if you remember at the beginning, they were trying to establish a pattern of George gets drunk on weekends, and she was always in fear on weekends, and weekends were a predictor of behavior. It didn't really go anywhere, but it was something that Owens tried in, I think it was early in his Sarah questions. Most of it got objected to because I think they were trying to introduce it before they brought in the overt act, which means they weren't able to bring in character evidence. But
mostly I would see her walking through, going to her place, and and I'm sitting on the porch and I see her then.
Yeah, Miss Pearl Walker is a lovely lady, and I don't fault her at all. I think she just got brought in not knowing very much of the case. Think if you're living in a complex and there's a nice lady that's, maybe 40 to 50 years your senior that, you say hello and goodbye to 2 or 3 times a week, have a nice relationship with, and, you've done something awful, and because you're an awful person, you have no people to speak for you. I could see, hey, the nice lady I waved to and have never wronged, I'll ask her to say a few words on my behalf at the trial. And, if you haven't wronged, I don't see there's anything wrong in what Pearl Walker's doing by speaking for her. I think she's just a lovely lady who got herself wrapped up. I wouldn't be surprised if her family and her watched the trial afterwards, like on YouTube or something. Oh my God, that's the crazy lady that lived in number 3. Oh, Lord.
Now, strike that. While you were there in that apartment complex, and excuse me for getting ahead of myself. Do you still live in that apartment complex?
No.
No, there was a murder there. I couldn't stay there. Are you kidding me?
How long have you been gone?
That was pretty... No. There is something to be said, because when you're older, you tend to, okay, this is where I'm going to live for the rest of my life. But no, I'm not. I did not stay there.
Strike that. While you were there in that apartment complex, and excuse me for getting ahead of myself, do you still live in that apartment complex?
No.
How long have you been gone from that apartment complex?
I moved out pretty much after the murder started happening.
If you don't know, that's fine. Thank you, ma'am.
It's been a while. So you got Sarah's team trying to question young men like Brandon Motes and Vinny Battaglia on their memory and whether they're confusing Saturday night with Sunday night when there's been a murder on the Sunday night or Sunday night. Yeah. Maybe they got their nights mixed up, and then they've got Pearl Walker testifying for her that doesn't remember when she moved out in the 4 years since the murder happened. Like you could say a couple of years ago, right after, just recently, but she's lovely. She's a very nice lady, and she doesn't deserve to be wrapped up in all this.
During the occasions that you had to interact with Ms. Boone, how did she treat you?
Objection. She was a nice lady.
Overall.
Type it in chat. Do you know the word starts with a U that is going to be brought into the next question? And no cheating looking at the transcript. Okay, good. I'm not up not up to that part, and that's a bit of a spoiler as well. I'm going to pull up the meaning for the word in a side window.
Nice to me.
Did she ever act uppity?
Objection.
Objection. Relevance. Uppity. Uppity is informal, often disapproving adjective used to describe someone who behaves arrogantly or acts as if they are important or socially superior than they are. More superior. It implies a person is too confident or self-assertive for their age or societal standing. Today it is used similarly to words like cocky, snobbish, high and mighty. The etymology is the term first emerged in American English around 1880, likely derived from the adverb up and the suffix ed, upped, and used to describe someone getting too big for their britches, someone trying to up themselves in the social ladder. Yeah, I wouldn't describe Sarah as uppity either, now that I looked a little into the etymology of the word.
Overruled.
Did she ever treat you in an uppity manner?
What you mean, sir?
Did she ever look down on you as a person?
Oh, no.
Did she ever treat you with disrespect?
No.
I'm going to object. This is character.
Sustained.
May I approach on this, Your Honor?
Yes.
Mr. Beck says that was in direct response to the state having requested of Dr. Brannon as to whether or not there were signs of grandiosity that were presented by the hypothetical individual during the course of her life or any circumstances. I'm refuting any sense that the state may have left the jury with that Sarah Boone is grandiose or narcissistic. Response? Judge, it's completely inappropriate to be asking how she treated Ms. Walker. What the doctor said clearly during testimony was that somebody can be very nice in one situation and be very different in a different situation. So it doesn't provide any relevance to the relationship between Sarah Boone and Mr. Torres, which is the state's evidence it's about. Court, what's your response to this? Well, I think it is that it's not what the testimony is. His testimony was as a part of the corroborative process of evaluating or assessing an individual, that you had to look at their interaction with other individuals. Court says, unless the objection has morphed, I believe the state's objection is character. So that response goes more to relevancy of why, but what's your response to character? Well, one, character has been called into question by state and cross-examination of state witnesses. Has been called into question as a result of the cross-examination of Dr. Brannon. The character of this witness or the character of the defendant been called into question, and this is an opportunity for the defense to refute the presumption by describing, at least giving the jury some sense of what an individual they are about to judge. Anything else? No, Your Honor. Mr. J, that's a misstatement of how the evidence works. They're called an expert witness. They're the ones that open the door to Miss Boone's mental health. They are attributing her actions on February 23, 2020 to stress disorder. And what the experts have to consider in evaluating the credibility of the person, in this case, the patient client, relaying information to them are things what Dr. Brannon testified to and what Dr. Harper will testify to, whether they're consuming alcohol, whether they have narcissistic personality disorder. So what's relevant is what Dr. Harper's perception is of the evidence that she reviewed, and that evidence is going to be largely based off of 8 different meetings with Ms. Boone. So how Ms. Boone goes out in the world and interacts with Ms. Walker or anybody else isn't relevant, because that's not something Dr. Harper considered. Anything else, sir? Mr. Beck, no, Your Honor, I think our argument has been made. Court, okay, well, I'm going to sustain objections, both as to character and extent. It's not being offered to show action in conformity therewith, therefore I don't find it's relevant. And then back to open court, objection is sustained. Mr. Beck has to come back apologetically. I'm sorry, I'm back, Miss Walker. In the time that you and Ms. Boone lived together, on occasion, did you see law enforcement arrive at the apartment complex? A couple of times. And did you ever get involved in any of their investigation? No. Were you ever... Here we go.
Objection sustained.
I'm sorry, I'm back, Mrs. Walker.
That felt really condescending. I'm back, Mrs. Walker. There's something over the top. He didn't need to do that. 434. Right there.
I'm sorry, I'm back, Mrs. Walker.
Yeah, what's with the big, I'm back, Mrs. Walker. Almost like he's talking to a child. Okay, class, I'm back.
I'm sorry, I'm back, Mrs. Walker. In the time that you and Ms. Boone lived together, on occasion, did you see law enforcement arrive at the apartment complex?
A couple of times.
And did you ever get involved in any of their investigation?
No.
Were you ever approached by law enforcement and asked for information, evidence, insight into what might be going on?
No, sir.
Now, in all candor, were there occasions when you believed that Sarah Boone may have been under the influence of alcohol?
No.
Drunky the Bear? No.
I can't say.
Did you also observe George Torres during the time that you lived there in the apartment complex?
Oh, now he used to get drunk.
I didn't see him very much. If we're sitting on the porch, that's the only time I see him.
Did you know Mr. Torres very well?
No.
Oh, this isn't going very well for the Boone team.
Was there an incident when you saw Ms. Boone with a black eye?
Yes.
notice a pattern between Ms. Boone and Mr. Torres wherein you observed signs of abuse?
Objection. Foundation.
Sustained.
You testified that you saw Ms. Boone on occasion with bruises, other injuries, and a black eye. Is that correct? Is that accurate?
Yeah.
And was there any pattern to what you observed in regards to those injuries and bruises that you observed on Ms. Boone?
One time I seen with a black eye and like she had been choked one time.
Okay. Did Ms. Boone complain to you about those marks?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Nothing further.
Any cross-examination?
Hi, Ms. Walker.
Hello.
Hi, Miss Walker.
Is it fair to say you're not sure when exactly you saw any of those injuries on her, correct?
Say that again?
You're not exactly sure when you saw any of those injuries on her, correct?
Once she come past the apartment, I'll be sitting out there because we always sit out there.
Right, but we don't know if this is December or 2018 or any.
That's a good way of answering it. You don't know when this happened. Yeah, I know when it happened. When she walked past, I'd be like, yeah, look, she got injuries. That's when I noticed. But you don't know whether that was 2018 December, 2019 January. No, sorry.
I can't remember, sir.
Okay. And is it fair to say you have no idea how she got those marks? Is that fair?
Repeat that again?
She could have got it from running into a hall tree or falling off a bike.
Do you have any idea how she got those marks?
On the weekends, I see him and her go in.
Okay. But you don't know who, if anybody, put those.
You got to think that Weekends was the coach dancer, right? There's, if you're going to say anything, make sure you mention that it was Weekends that you noticed it.
Those marks on her, right?
Well,
Just calls for yes
I
or
can
no.
tell when they must have had
These are all yes or no questions.
an argument or something. I hear the dogs barking.
Okay.
And you're in number 8, and she was in number 3, and you heard the dogs barking, Miss Walker.
And you're 5 doors down, right? Unit 8, Unit 3?
Yeah.
No other questions?
Any redirect examining?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Can this witness be released?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
You can see the look on Pearl's face, like, released? Really? I came all the way out here. It was 10 minutes. I waited outside for 4 hours.
Ms. Walker, the deputies are going to come get you and take you out, okay?
We all done?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much.
We all done? Now, this is sad. So you see how Sarah, I think that went really well. Like she's got this, oh, hold on. Give you the full court face. That still is a good grab of her. I'll take down the transcript. There, we'll take down the Chiron. All right. Pearl Walker's being brought off the stand. Show your appreciation. Make some eye contact with her instead of the fucking gallery for a moment, right? Like you could sit there and be looking like, thank you. And, trying to make some gesture of appreciation towards Pearl Walker. But what we're going to see here is Sarah's so wrapped up in herself, she can't even appreciate the one person that came to speak for her for nothing, that had, didn't want to make money off of a documentary from her, didn't want to build the name of their law firm through pro bono work. Just the nice neighbor that wanted to speak on her behalf. And she can't even return her gaze and give her a thank you here. Oh, I think that went really well. Hey, Mr. Henderson. Okay, so now we'll put, I didn't rehearse this, so we'll see. She's going to get wheeled past. Is Sarah going to be so arrogant that she doesn't even, and it's even worse if Pearl looks over at her, like, and it's not returned. Well, let's see what happens. I feel like, and you know, this is the time. She's now right in front, right? You can see that one of the deputies is here, you know, just clearing room, saying, hey, go that way. I bet you Sarah's more visually distracted by the Coke symbol for the Diet Coke in front of Mr. Owens than she is by Pearl Walker about to go by. Okay, maybe right there. Maybe right there is the acknowledgement of her. Doesn't follow her out the room, though. Because I would have at least given her a neck turn. I'll give credit. I think she might have made eye contact with her when it was the least she could do to just continue staring forward instead of staring away. But give her the courtesy of a fucking neck turn, Sarah. Especially when she's turning around and making eyes at, you know, Billy Lane in the gallery, maybe Shelby, whoever else that she's looking at. She's got no qualms about turning her neck when she wants to see something. And this is probably near the end of the show. I'm just sitting back here. I realize we're not doing Julie Harper.
Defense ready to call your next witness. Yes.
Oh, okay, there's more shit going on. But I don't think Julie Harper goes for a while. So if I start her, then I'm stuck here until all day. And that's not how I want to spend my Friday. I'll start a Friday like that, end it feeling good, but I'm not going to finish with that shit. Oh, is this the bench? I tried to call her again, unsuccessfully, but you told me 1:30, it's 1:28. I know. But I texted Dr. Harper. The court wants to see you at 12 Ace. Testify 1:30. That was sent at 1:07. Okay. And I just sent, just now, Dr. Harper. The judge is ready for you to testify now, so come to courtroom 12A, please. And then, received. It is a little walk, is what she said. Okay. It is a little walk, so she's walking across. All right. So she's walking over now. Can we take a short break? It's either that or we're going to let them sit here in silence. I say we give them a break. And that's awkward for everyone, so I'll just tell them we're waiting on a witness, and as soon as she gets here, we need to be ready to rock and roll. Back to open court. Or are they just sitting there in silence now? This isn't even the approach. So just like, we'll just sit here in silence. I'm not turning this car around. Okay, yeah, that's before the approach. So that's a little foreshadowing for you, but that's what they talk about on the approach. Sarah shuffling papers. Drop my position on the screen.
Yes.
Okay, so this is where the approach is that I just read, but I told the judge, I told her, 1:30. You can see it. It's sent. 128. Said, gonna be ya. Courtroom 12A. It says received. I think she's walking over. All right. I think we could use a break. There will be no break. We need to be ready to rock and roll the minute she gets here. Do we just sit here in silence? What I'm prepared to do, Mr. Owens. Aye.
All right, members of the jury, witness is running a couple minutes late. I think they may be stuck in the security line downstairs. So we're just going to be in a short recess for them to join us this afternoon. Similar instruction that I've given you, please do not conduct any independent investigation or research regarding the person, places, things, or charge involved, and do not have any discussions amongst yourselves or anyone else, and we'll bring you back in as soon as that witness arrives. Thank you again for your patience.
We are close to the end, but I will bring right up into including them saying we call Dr. Julie Harper, and then that's where we'll end the commentary portion of the stream, and it'll be very near to the end of the stream. Hey. Yolanda streams sarcasm. Yolanda, do you actually have a channel that you stream your sarcasm, or is that just a great handle? In any case, welcome to the stream. Got here near the end, but we're having a good time. Nothing to stop you from picking this up on the rewatch crew.
Y'all can be seated. Thank you.
New name in the chat.
We'll be off the record until Dr. Harper arrives.
Off the record till Dr. Harper arrives. So we've got 7 minutes to skip. But I don't think it starts with Dr. Harper again. I think there's at least another half-hour gap. We'll go... Okay, if we skip ahead 7 minutes, that brings us to here.
Judge, before we began trial, I had indicated that in the past, historically, in these types of cases, there were problems with cameras showing attorneys' laptops. It's been brought to my attention that that is going on again. I'm asking.
Okay, I'm going to dispute this. If you can't hear Mr. J, he says, Judge, before we began trial, I indicated in the past, historically in these kind of cases, there are problems with cameras showing the attorney's laptops. And it's been brought to my attention that that is going on again. And I'm asking the court to order whoever it is who has a camera, whether it be a phone or the court TV pool camera, that they not do that. So I'm just speaking on behalf of someone who's doing a lot of zooming onto tables and laptops. If they're showing laptops, it's not viewable. The resolution's too poor. I've tried. Absolutely nothing has been broadcast to this point of the trial of any value. The power and control wheel was the most visible thing, and that was a piece of printed out document that Sarah was constantly flipping back and forth over. But yeah, I dispute it. Now, the funny thing about this, just bear this in mind, because almost like daring the camera, like, oh, maybe that's how we get a mistrial. Kevin Beck comes back with a laptop and just starts flipping it open in front of the camera. So we're definitely watching that today. I got reminded about that. But yeah, so that was Mr. J's argument. We'll go back and let it play. You can probably hear it better now that you can see it on screen and you've heard me say it.
In the court to order whoever it is who has a camera, whether it be a phone or the court TV pool camera, that they not do that.
Okay, all right. Members of the gallery, good afternoon. And the TV crews as well. Information that's contained on both parties' laptops, be it the defense or the state, is protected by work product and attorney-client privilege. It's not something that's viewable, not something that should be disseminated, and not something that can be looked at unless there is a knowing, intelligent waiver, and that stuff's going to be put out to the public for consumption. So I'm going to ask you as best as possible not to view, take pictures of, or look at any of the laptops, be it the defense's laptops or the state's laptops, to avoid that. With regard to the camera, if we can, when zooming in on either the defense counsel's table or the state's counsel's table, if we can try to avoid their laptops, I would greatly appreciate you, sir.
And the podium.
And the podium. Thank you.
And the podium. Go Seminoles. All right. Seem to be back off the audio record. Well, I think he just muted his mic for a throat clearing moment there. Said he's okay, though. He's ready to go. How much longer does it go silent? Okay, they stand for the jury. Oh, Harper's coming in soon. Okay. Warning, this is almost over. But I'm sure it must mean the Beck moment is coming up soon, too. I might have to take down the transcript then, because it's probably just going to get in the way. There. All right. This is that dead air that if you were on radio in the past, they were like, you can't have dead air. They're going to tune into a new station. You have to say something, constantly be talking. Now people don't mind a few moments to get a breath between words. That said, okay, at least not on pause. That's always embarrassing. Let's see what happens here. James Owens on behalf, jury entering, recognize the jury, all be seated. Yeah, Julie Harper comes. There's no more bullshit. No more bullshit from the lawyers. Now the bullshit from the witness begins. But not now. Tune in next week for bullshit from Dr. Julie Harper. 8:30 a.m. Pacific time. Bullshit with Dr. Julie Harper. I don't know if I'm going to do a video on who is Dr. Julie Harper the same way I did with Dr. Brannon. Dr. Brannon's kind of fascinating guy. If anything, I might do a how to be an expert witness, how not to be an expert witness, maybe a compare and contrast, and see what I can pull out of those two. But oh yeah, and good call, Hairball Yarn. Yeah, I usually do a ramble on Friday nights. I haven't picked out the topic. Probably try and keep it short to like an hour to 2 hour show, which means I'll pick one main thing as reaction content, or maybe like a theme and watch 6 10-minute videos under the same theme or something like that. So we'll do a ramble tonight. I'm starting to get a little bit more into doing music, but I'm not going to overwhelm you with music in the ramble. It might be kind of a jazzy backbeat.
All right, we are back on the record. Case number 2020 CF 2603, State of Florida versus Sarah Boone. State appearances for the record.
Okay, Defense. Here we go.
James Owens on behalf of Miss Boone.
Tony Henderson for Miss Boone.
Kevin Beck on behalf of Sarah Boone.
All right, Miss Boone is standing at counsel's table wearing a dark gray suit and
there's Kevin Beck.
blouse.
Look at that. Kevin Beck like, oh, maybe we can get a mistrial if our... Can you believe this? So that seems intentional. Like, I still can't read it, which shows how ridiculous they are for complaining about getting a view on the table of a laptop that was opened. Like, nobody's looking at evidence that way. I have seen pictures of Sarah's mugshot, but again, those are hard copies that James Owens printed out just to remind him who his client is. But this is egregious. What are you doing, Mr. Henderson, you joker?
Let's go ahead and bring in our jury as Dr. Harper is here.
Yeah, we're not doing that. We're not doing that at all.
Sarah Boone, state appearances for the record.
Dave Gestro on behalf of the state.
Defense.
James Owens on behalf of Miss Boone.
Tony Henderson.
Go back. Okay, good. That's all framed up again. I lost my pause button somehow. Now I just have a volume button, but that's fine.
For Miss Boone.
Kevin Beck on behalf of Sarah Boone.
All right, Miss Boone is standing at counsel's table wearing a dark gray suit and maroon blouse.
What a maroon, Kevin Beck. If we can ask our camera operators just to avoid showing any laptops. Gonna get you off, Sarah. Gonna get you off. What we'll do is we'll have some critical information leaked by showing it to the camera, and then they'll have to give you a mistrial. And then you can come back with different lawyers, not us. Oh, please, God, not us. Please, God, 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 no, not us. But a mistrial, Sarah, and then That's way better than the guilty verdict that you are on the road to.
Let's go ahead and bring in our jury as Dr. Harper is here.
It's like Mr. Beck wasn't even listening to the argument by Mr. J, or, intentionally wanted to violate it. So yeah, I will do a stream later. What is it, 1 o'clock now?
All right, jury.
Minimum of 8 hours from now. Probably between 8 and 10 hours from now would be the start time of an evening stream.
State, you recognize our jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense, you recognize our jury? All right, thank you. All could be seated. Again, members of the jury, if you could, just raise those hands, confirm you complied with the court's instructions. Record reflect all hands have been raised. All right, defense, at this time you may call your next witness.
We call Dr. Julie Harper.
Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. We're not going to watch this. Why spoil your Friday? I think if we start with her next Friday, and then we move into the rebuttal evidence that shows what a horrible, horrible person Sarah is, that will get this taste of Sarah defense out of our mouth. I want you to remember how effective Dr. Brannon was. I don't want Dr. Julie Harper to make you forget what effective expert witness testimony looks like, because I think that's what happened to a lot of people who watch this. I think initially there was a lot of gloating of he's making his argument for the prosecution, and it turns out yeah, he was, but not by accident, because he's just actually a good expert witness that knows his stuff. And kind of like Dr. Park Dietz, I think in the same way that his testimony, if you've got evidence that you need articulated, he's in a unique position to understand medical, biological, mental, all kinds of, different ailments that you could have in combination, and express them in a way that like even makes a layperson go, oh, okay. That sounds pretty good. And I think Dr. Brannon is that sort of an expert. He doesn't have nearly the breadth and depth of experience of a Dr. Dietz. But my God, in contrast to Dr. Harper, it's what all expert witnesses should be. Fine and dandy. So watch the video if you want to know more about Dr. Brannon. I have a playlist that's attached to that video. It's got some of his wrestling, and then it finishes with 2 hour-long videos. One of them is only a few months old, has less than 100 views at this point. So I'm sure the site would be like, fuck me, we've spent 12 years going to law school, and this Dan D guy has sent us enough traffic that we just tripled our views in a couple days. But check them out. It's a well-produced show. The audio is great. They know what they're talking about. But so there's that channel, and then there was another one called Community Connections, 4-year-old video. Still, excellent questions, knowledgeable host. Talk about a variety of subjects. They don't even bring up Boone at all. Either of the interviews, well, I guess the one from 4 years ago had no reason to, but the guy who had him on a month ago, what an opportunity to ask, like, hey, do you know anything about this case in retrospect? I know you didn't meet with the client, so you don't have any client doctor confidentiality. What can you tell us now that you've found a few details of this case? Maybe I should reach out. No, that's an expensive. I'm going to keep looking for other interviews by people who have access. Maybe I'll talk to the guys, those 2 lawyers who did the interview with him last month. If you guys, so watch the interview that he did with the 2 lawyers. If they get a bunch of views on it, maybe I can convince them to collab with me, and I can ask the Sarah Boone questions of them while they do their lawyerly questions. And if they get thousands of views thanks to that, then, good for everyone. Okay, that's an idea. We'll keep that going. Hey, the Hizzle. The Hizzle's here. The Hizzle for shizzle. Oh no, Dr. Dietz has been discredited. I didn't know about that. I'll bring up, so my experience with Dr. Dietz is through the Betty Broderick trial. We were just super impressed at his expert witness testimony for the state in that trial. But also, I think we watched the Jeffrey Dahmer trial, and that said my plan was to watch all the testimony from it. We got through part 1 of a 4-part series and never did part 2. A little visceral, very visceral, a little bit too much. But I can't knock his intelligence anyway. We'll look more into the discreditation at another time. We'll get Dr. Harper off the page. We'll close this with a shot of Dr. Brannon. I think that's not bad. That's not bad. And then we'll cut back to, do I have my main me screen? Well, that makes me look like Dr. Brannon. I need to slide in. It's not going to work. See, I haven't framed up this screen quite properly. Maybe if I just take down that might be the way to go. That down and take that down. What's going on here? Oh, I need that. There we go. All right. I hope you're fine. I'm Dan D, and I plan to ramble later tonight. If you really want, a show that's not really a show, we did a show that's not really a show this morning as a pre-show to this show. It was all right. For a show that wasn't a show, it felt like a show. I might do more of those. Amy Zeitgeist is asking about the discreditation. Oh, lied in the Andrea Yates case. Testified to facts that didn't happen at a big trial. See, well, that's disappointing. I think that experts, like the thing that I really liked about, maybe if I do that, that's better. The thing I liked about Dr. Dietz's testimony previously was it wasn't so much about interpreting evidence as much as it was knowledge of how things happen. So, that's too bad. That's too bad. But we'll end on an up note. Yeah, just upgraded the studio, got all new equipment back here, so that's good. Go to party light. Oops, there we go. Get the party lighting going. You guys have a good time. I think this has been a fine stream. 4.5 hours. This is the sweet spot. We don't need to go 10 every time. That's, I don't mind doing it occasionally though. It's fun. We might even have to go long for closing arguments rebuttal day, because once we get going, I don't know how we even stop without doing the sentencing too. So there could be a super long stream in the future, but thank you for sticking around. Maybe we'll just close with some vocabulary words, and then that way the stream ends on an educational note. Vocabulary words: quiver, compass mentis, liabetes, medical snacks, mens rea, confectionery, sustain, incur. Those were all vocabulary words. Okay, I think you guys are still with me. This is what the test stream looks like. Get rid of the text there. It doesn't need to be there. We've got the hearts. Chat probably won't pick up. The chat does pick up. Chat does pick up. That's interesting. Okay, we're going to close with closing music and call it a night. So this is Coming With It from Anodynamy Beats. Domini. Have a great night. 3 minutes of this and this stream closes. Oh, you might be able to see.
I'm so fresh like the morning. Mouth wide open like they yawning. Every time they see me, they in G-Shock. Homie, this is too far. Homie, I feel too alive. You can see me like Illuminati. You can see me like Illuminati. But I'm shining so bright, so bright. Don't come and try to share some of this light, no. Give me a beat and I control it like a maestro. Ladies on a mission, they be trying to get me wiped up. Shawty, wait a minute, can't tell if I like ya. Gotta make sure you know how to shake it like a bartender. Team with me and they all winners. And you know we ballin' all winter, all summer. Jewelry around my neck is lightning, but I'm all thunder. Keep coming with it. Keep coming with it. Keep coming with it. Place your bets on us. Get your money and flip it, yeah. Keep coming with it. Keep coming with it. Keep coming with it. Place your bets on us. Get your money and flip it. Bring a friend and come along. Don't be taking too long. The vibe's too strong. If you don't know how to move, then we moving on. Ain't no way rhythmic feet up in this place. If you can't catch the feeling, then get out the way. I've been reeling and fish from the lake. They keep saying I'm down to earth, but I'm really out of space. All these women aliens, super foreign, so exotic. Hop in the Mercedes Benz, and I got them question like ice pouring above. It's overflowing on us. You drop it, then pick it up. I think I'm falling in love, but shawty, this isn't what you probably thinking it was. It's a vibe out, cooling it for the weekend and such. You gon' find out once you come on and bring me that up. Keep coming with it. Keep coming with it. Keep coming with it. Place your bets on us. Get your money and flip it, yeah.